Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up something in back check, kind of like cross reference.
Yeah, I should put the.
Hey, look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's right. What really drew me in.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
We got us another hit.
Yep. EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. You know, like, share, and subscribe. Going. Hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now.
This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Back and forth, and you know I'm swinging bows. I'm about to change course, go home and change your clothes. I'm looking at this bitch, it seems like she's saying no. I'ma hit the streets, though I'm supposed to be laying low. I'm following the buzz, never know which way it go. Keep on bringing heat, cause the G.O.D. say it so. Sailing on the beat, so you can't chop and play it so. She got me for a piece, now I'm about to pay the hoe. Stop smoking, switching sweets, where I gotta take a toke. Now I got a little guac, now I gotta make it grow. Keep on thinking we some hee-haw, ma and pa folks. We gon' hit you in your teeth, we keep a buzz all closed. Been on it 5 days, so I'm sitting sideways. Now get out of my way, or I'ma hit your Hyundai. Take a lick on my dick if you don't like what I say. I'm the shit with the shit, so we gon' do this my way. Yo, we just getting started, so go and say your grace. I'ma eat you rappers, though I won't enjoy the taste. I'm closing your estates while you falling on the stakes. I'm rolling on the bass while you rolling on the face. Sitting on the place, not knowing I'ma take your fast, slowing and it's fake. So I'm gonna wait. Time will come, down, we'll be done. I saw it and I said that it was great.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean? Deliberating stanzas, creating dancers, evaluate the masters, having meetings, debating the answers to the questions that be making the handler anxious. I can't be telling nothing I ain't experienced, kinda like selling a little fake deliverance, full of malevolence, hitting up your residence, taking care of his biz without leaving evidence. Planet heaven sent, what the fuck is this? When I take a trip to the abyss and meet the beast, I'm coming back with it. That's gold words coming from a spectacular man that froze when he found out he had a black hole where his soul's supposed to be. That's no way to see eternity. Maybe you believe, but some achieve the pearly gates and still proceed to think it will be. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in the rush to touch the black hole. Hit niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. You sending black and when the bottom of the ninth inning smack, he bleeds. The cat's whack, send him back. Cause he ain't suffered enough, hustled enough, scuffle and cuff his hand to a cop. Nothing discussed, cutting his nuts to his cock. Something to shot, a spark out your heart when you stop jogging in the park. And you meet a nigga dog that bites bark, buds spilling on the sidewalk. Staying in the light is smart despite staying on course, of course, cause the smell of death escapes and not a corpse is rough. Top half man and I'll be damned if that bottom half horse. Hush, lost souls rushing to touch the black hole, wishing to be dust gagging and fuss, cause the demon face leaking pus. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. What can I say? Lay in my bed at night like it's a grave. Listen to the voices in my mind misbehave. Best to be glad that my mind is away. Voices taking over days makes me afraid. Then I go to sleep cause the voices make me weak. If I reach out for the light, then I know they gonna speak through mutilated teeth. I fumigated beef. I treat my lady sweet. Why do I gotta shriek in the night? Think I'm living right? My insomnia is bringing me to ride. Lunatic lyrical things to keep me from my dreams. I wake up and I scream. Reality to me ain't really what it seems. Imagine an old set scene when you woke up with a cold sweat scream. Roll over on the floor, now you know what death means. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming
I'm gonna play one more.
It's not just talent.
That's what you ought to do.
Gotta know what the fuck you doing.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. When the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I will hit any chick who likes sodomy, sex on stilts. While a big top watching me, I eat fish like a culinary prodigy. I leave you like an open home. Carnegie, just can't quit. Feel like it's a part of me, my wrist on lit. Time to join the party, we check the list quick. Who got the bottle? See a poker face chip. I know she gonna swallow me, bite my lip. While I'm watching people watching me, that's not it. Won't you climb right on top of me? My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. I feel it, you feel it. She say I'm feeling it inside of me. I dig it, you dig it. We digging all over your body. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. When the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing sign, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I done heard, I done thought, now I wonder and wanna see. Said you really are the king of the jungle, but can it be? Now you really gotta work and be holding the head of me. Cause if you don't know how to stroke, it could cause a catastrophe. I'm a soldier, so I seek and destroy you so naturally. Put some scratches on your back and then ask what the matter be. Demonstrations why the dudes and the women be after me. Leaving weak and desperate crying to see me on bad knees. They saying where she go? Daylight, flashlight, put me on extra glow. I tried to tell you though, platinum sunshine's about to blow.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. Platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
You want it, so come on, we gonna follow me. We like fires like Hanukkah, marijuana by the tree, like a harmonica. Lick it with no teeth. I like when it's sloshing and getting salty like the sea. Gotta sliding it off and make sure it's softening for me. Reach the top of the mountain and have you sounding out your sheet. It sound like it's coughing and talking, saying more please. I'm sticking and stabbing it. Jason for heat, roll it on over and gon' get on the floor, please. Some you born in October, as long as you over 18. Going to prison for pussy, just something that I can't see. Old bitch and she ready and she can munch a dick me. Gon' hop in my Chevy, we bout to hit the scene, man. The spot is so heavy. Hopping, I seen, man. I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team, man. I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
That's what you ought to do. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Please, do it for yourself. Please, please. What's up, Deuce? You on the road?
Yeah, back out here, bro. What's going on, man?
Chilling. I saw something where there's getting some heavy rainfall in some parts of Texas tonight. Did you see that?
Shoot, leaving Houston, bro. Leaving
caught
Houston, it was fine. Yeah, it was fine down there on the southeast side, down there where I live at and where our chemical plant is. But the minute I got northeast Houston, like up around Greens Point area, the sky fell out. I mean, dude, it was throwing lightning. Like, I'm surprised there wasn't trees on fire in the Woodlands and Conroe area.
Damn. Yeah, I saw the little satellite thing, and it looked intense just by looking at the satellite images. So I was like, damn.
Yeah, it was pretty intense, bro. Yeah, I hit it. Yeah, but I'm above Dallas now, about to cross over into Oklahoma, so it's pretty clear up here.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, man. Shoot, I wanted to be in the deal, the lives the past couple of nights, bro. Shoot, man, I was beat, bro. Between getting home, when I get home, I'm only home. I got one day really that's free. Then the second day is usually spent trying to that's what it's supposed to be spent trying to relax. But man, yeah, it's usually go 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 when I'm at home. Like I usually don't sleep well until the day that I'm leaving, and that's because I stay up all night just so I can sleep all day to be prepared to drive at night. But yeah, man, we had double headers. My son, baseball, had double headers. He had training
Yeah.
this week, a bunch of training this week, pitching and batting, working on his back catcher skills, and it was just busy, bro. Game after game, game after game. Yeah, so it's like, wow.
Yeah, I'm exhausted as fuck today, man. And that's the reason why I didn't do the show last Saturday, is because I tried to do the show, but I freaking fell asleep. I was like, okay, I'm gonna rest my eyes for a few minutes and then I'm gonna do the show. Shit, I didn't wake back up. My ass was gone. Because that night I didn't get no sleep. And just like last night, I got maybe 2.5, 3 hours of sleep. So, and I just got off of work and shit. So that's why these Saturday night shows. I don't know. I need to rearrange my schedule. I've been thinking about this and figure out I don't know, an improvement to the schedule some kind of way. I don't know. I'll say it once I determine what it's going to be, because I haven't got there yet, but that's what I'm thinking about.
I feel you, bro. I'll be the same way, exhausted. That's like tonight I'm moving. You know how it is, bro, where you're not sleepy, but you're fucking tired. That's kind of how it is. But it's all good, bro. It's for the kids, man. For the kid, he loves baseball, so, and he works hard at it. So
how long will it be till you can take a break? You finna roll all night, huh?
Oh yeah. I'll be rolling till about 5 a.m. I've been at work since 5 this evening. Actually, I made it to work about 4:30 to get there and do my payroll and all that good stuff. But yeah, I'll be done probably about 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's all good. Back to the hustle, man.
Yep, that's what it is, man. The grind.
Yeah, it's gonna get more intense with his baseball schedule, because right now he's in training to move up to select ball. So select ball, they do a lot of traveling. There's tournaments. Tournaments here, tournaments there. So I gotta get it, bro. Get that bread, because it's gonna cost traveling everywhere. And stuff like that, more equipment, this, that, more training sessions, all that good stuff. So
Yep. That's what it's all about, man.
So he played his heart out this season, bro. Sure, he got nominated, which is an honor, because it's the first year he got nominated to try out with the All-Star team. So that's what's up, man. So hopefully he's got tryouts this Saturday to be on the All-Star league. So,
that's what's up, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
So sure.
Did you see the video, the Jimmy Dore video?
The Jimmy Dore. When
Yeah,
did
I
you
sent
send
that
that
Jimmy
one?
Dore
Because I watched the other
recently.
ones you sent during the week.
Yeah, I sent that really recently. I might have sent that this morning. I think I did. I think I sent it this morning.
If you sent it this morning, brother, yeah, I didn't watch shit. I didn't wake up till like 3 this evening. Took a quick shower, grabbed all my stuff, and headed off to work. I hadn't watched anything.
Yeah, I want to play some of that. And that's the main thing I want to play. But I was thinking about playing the. No, I'll come back to that since I already mentioned the Jimmy Dore video. Yeah, Disinformation Governance Board. Did you hear about that?
Mm-mm.
It's like a new
So is that like
department.
basically?
It's like a new department within the Department of Homeland Security, and it's like to make sure that people are not giving disinformation. You know what I mean? They're gonna explain it in the video, but I
wonder how effective that's gonna be.
Exactly, bruh. Come on. Like, and then what are y'all really up to?
Yeah,
That's what Jimmy Dore is gonna be saying. Yeah. I'm gonna play some of this. Let me see. Cause I don't know how long I'm gonna be on tonight. I ain't gonna lie. So let me go ahead and jump into this because this is what I want to cover. And after this, we'll just chop it.
I just want to show people what happened. So this is the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Alexander Mayorga. I think that's how you say his name. And here's what he had to say just the other day.
We have just established a Mis- and Disinformation Governance Board in the Department of Homeland Security to more effectively combat this threat, not only to election security, but to our homeland security.
Okay, I'll play that one more time. I don't know if you heard what he said, but it sounds like he was reading from a 1984 Orwell book. What did they just do?
We have just established a Mis- and Disinformation Governance Board in the Department of Homeland Security to
a Misinformation and Governance Board inside the Department of Homeland Security. That's not inside the Commerce Department. That's inside the Department of Homeland Security. So, and then he went on to say this.
We have so many different efforts underway to equip local communities to identify individuals who very well could be descending into violence by reason of ideologies of hate, false narratives, or other disinformation and misinformation propagated on social media and other platforms.
So they're coming for us. So what that tells you, first of all, it's the Department of Homeland Security. Remember all the crimes they committed during the war on terror? Imagine all the crimes they're going to commit during the war on you, because that's where we're at right now. And I don't know if you probably said
so many different efforts.
They have so many different efforts underway. Oh, good. Every way you can think of to fight against disinformation, except, telling the truth and being trustworthy. That's what the Department of Homeland Security are, professional liars. So did the Homeland Security name themselves? Did they come up with the Ministry of Truth nickname? Because honest to God, that sounds better. Ministry of Truth sounds a little less Orwellian than the Department of Homeland Security. I'll be honest. So who are they appointing? They're appointing this woman to be the head of the Department of Misinformation.
Just look at that.
Disinformation Governance.
Anyways.
Board. That's what it's called. Holy shit. And her name is Nina Jankowicz. And she's 33 years old, and she's qualified to do absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. First of all, here's how we found out about it. She tweeted it out. She says, "Cat's out of the bag. Here's what I've been up to for these past 2 months and why I've been a bit quiet on here. Honored to be serving in the..." So here's what she let us know, that DHS is standing up a new disinformation governance board to coordinate countering misinformation related to Homeland Security, focused specifically on irregular migration and Russia. And then this woman's going to head the board as executive director. She previously was a disinformation fellow. That's what she did that's her life calling. And then before that, she was a bathroom graffiti wall specialist. Okay.
Hello?
So, first of all, Nina, let me thank you for the update. For the past 2 years, I've been saying, when are we going to hear from Nina Jankowicz? She's been awfully quiet, and now we know why.
Finally.
That's what every morning for the last 2 years, first thing I do while taking a dump is I check her Twitter feed to see what she's up to. So she said things like this. She said, "I shudder to think about if free speech absolutists were taking over more platforms, what that would look like for the marginalized communities." That's what she said. Free speech absolutists we can have. So that's already scary. Fundamentalist speech slam. Can't we use drones on them? That's what we need to do. Drone the free speech absolutists. And by the way, what marginalized communities are you talking about? You mean voters? Okay. President, this is from the New York Post, who, remember, got censored over the Hunter Biden. They got their whole Twitter account locked because of it. President Biden's pick to lead the Department of Homeland Security's big brother-like Disinformation Governance Board has her own history of posting disinformation online. Say it ain't so, Nina.
I don't have time to play the games.
Nina Jankowicz, a disinformation fellow at the Wilson Center, has repeatedly cast doubt on the Post reporting about Hunter Biden's laptop. She has researched Russian disinformation tactics and online harassment, and she's also previously praised Christopher Steele, the author of the sense-discredited and completely bogus Trump bashing dossier. So that's who she is. There's more. I don't need to go into that. So here she is. That's her. White House pick for Big Brother like disinformation board spread lie about Hunter Biden's laptop. Isn't that interesting? I was just
asking you what you was doing.
Did you lose Max?
Yes. You're on your show,
okay,
so
you
can't go anywhere.
So the old legend is true. Whoever smelt it dealt it. That's what that is, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. If she says she knows, she sees misinformation, that she's definitely the purveyor of it. So there it is. The law. So he admitted that it could be his laptop, even. So lots of news yesterday. So initially missed this piece by Shustri, casting yet more doubt on the provenance of the New York Post Hunter Biden story. So she's a purveyor of misinformation herself, and censorship and lies and electioneering. That's what that is. So here's another one. Not to mention that the emails don't need to be altered to be part of an influence campaign. Voters deserve that context, not a fairy tale about a laptop repair shop. So what she's saying is, if those laptops are true and part of an influence campaign, I don't want to know about those true facts. That's what she's saying. Not to mention that emails don't need to be altered to be part of an influence campaign. Sure, these are Hunter's real emails, but maybe they're being used as part of an influence campaign. You know, like I give a shit about that, right? Hey, wait, is this true thing part of a influence campaign? Then I don't want to know about it. If it helps the enemies of my party in any way.
Are you hearing this, Deuce? Had you heard any of this already? Oh, shit. My fucking screen is doing all kind of shit. My emails is sending me crazy emails. Yeah. Had you heard any of this stuff?
Nah, I didn't, bro. I didn't hear any of that. This first time me hearing it on here.
Yeah. Me neither. I hadn't either until I saw this video. So, but that's crazy though, because like, you know, recently they shut down all those. They shut down RT and some of those other channels. You know, they kicked a lot of people off of YouTube and shit. So it's like that happened already. And when they said they were cleaning up Twitter and all of that. But now they're making a whole damn department to do shit like that. You know, and it's within the Department of Homeland Security, so it's like to protect us. So, but they're going to be using that on us because that's what they're, you know, doing.
Exactly. So that's crazy, bro. Like, is that damn? So I wonder how Twitter's gonna handle that if they're talking about cleaning up Twitter.
Yeah, well,
because you know just as well as I know, Twitter is a major outlet for a lot.
It's the Wild Wild West of the internet, and but the X factor is Elon Musk is now the man behind Twitter. So you know, who knows where that's gonna go.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
Yeah, that's true.
one of the videos I saw, they said they think that, you know, of course he's gonna figure out a way to make money off of it, because it kind of doesn't really make much sense about Twitter. But if he changes it and monetizes monetizes it some kind of way. But who knows? And it's probably them damn ads anyways. It's probably just the ads. It's probably just simple as that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Twitter makes money anyway, you know. They're
I'm
probably
sure.
like every other social media platform like Facebook, Instagram, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure they do, because he had to spend what, 44, what was it, 44 million?
Yeah, 44 billion, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the dude is yeah, the dude is smart, bro. You know, care how people may feel about him, he's smart, you know, and you know, I think it's a good thing, you know, free speech, bro, and it's just pretty much it's just like we seeing this shit more and more play out, you know, before us, you know, that they're trying to. It's almost like the government is trying to get rid of free speech and you being able to say anything or saying what you feel or how you see things, you know. And so to have someone like him who goes and buy this, and he's a big advocate of free speech, and you know, and people doing their thing, you know, I think it may be a good deal, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. It's just my argument before when we were talking about it. It's just like Batman. It's just like one man is just gonna save the whole damn internet or whatever, save free speech in the United States. Like that idea kind of bothers me.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we got to start small, right? You know.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you have different ways to go at the, you know, the goal. So maybe you got I'm working on it that way, and then you got other people working on it another way. You know, who knows?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me play some more of this because I was distracted a minute ago. I really want to play it when what's his name from the Gray Zone comes in. Oh, he plays the clip of. See, the whole beginning part is him just like showing how, you know, biased she is, basically. There's a cringe video where she's singing. I don't really want to play that. It's painful as hell. Like, she's scary, bro. I'm gonna play a little bitty clip of it.
A mainstream outlet, so disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious.
So she's singing about disinformation and to stamp it out. She's singing. Look at her face. You can't make this up. She's a mental case. Now let's let's get the lyrics from the top. Information laundering is really quite ferocious. That's how she starts.
Information laundering is really quite ferocious.
That's enough. She makes me cringe. Yes, here we go.
Is that the chick that's supposed to be the head of this department?
Yes.
Yeah. Damn. That's fucking nut case, bro.
Hold on, let me see. What's his name? When this guy comes in,
Max, tell us what are your thoughts on this new appointment and this new creation of a Department of Disinformation?
That number really kind of short-circuited my brain.
Yeah,
I mean, that it is atrocious. I don't know who she thought would enjoy that, or like what audience she was trying to reach with that. But I guess, you know, like the Democratic base has become, I mean, we used to always joke about like crazy conservatives and like crazy right wingers. Now the Democratic base is like the source of all the comedy, and like libs of TikTok is like, it's just like a daily source of hilarity. And I guess like that's her audience.
They can't hold they can't hold a candle to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah. I mean, Jamie Rask. Well, I won't go off on that, but the point was that this is someone who's deluded, who actually doesn't really know what the truth is, and who has been impaneled with determining truth from fiction, disinformation from information, and essentially legislating it without anyone electing her.
Nobody.
I mean, so what we have here is someone who is a U.S. regime change. Well, actually, she's a karaoke singer who moonlights as a U.S. regime change operative.
This dude.
She worked for the National Democratic Institute, which was spun out of the National Endowment for Democracy, which was itself spun out of the CIA. And she's actually worked to gin up color revolutions, to overthrow governments. Obviously, probably, she was on the periphery. She has even advised the Ukrainian government, which says a lot about where Ukraine is today.
So basically, she's a spook. And that's what I be talking about all the time. I think, like I said before, I used to read the damn spy novels and shit. So I tend to look at the world like that. So, but still, though, for real, though, do you remember that it was the chick? Her name was Reality Winner, and it was like a dude. He changed to a chick, and he was like, I think that was the one who leaked the information to WikiLeaks, and they persecuted that guy and put him in jail and shit for that shit because of leaking that information. But then, wait, am I still talking about the same person? Yeah, Reality Winner. So, and then, but like, you think about that name, like, see, a lot of that is that, you know what I mean? Like, if you're in deep cover, your name is not your name. You know what I'm saying? It's a code name.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So that was one that I can think of right off the top of my head. That's one that stuck out like a motherfucker to me, because Reality Winner was their name, and I was like, that can not possibly be a real name. You got to be shitting me. And the way everybody was saying it like it was a real name, I was like, come on. So that's like this chick right here. Clearly, like, that's who she is, right? Clearly, she is working with the CIA, working with think tanks. You know what I'm saying? These are spooks. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it works. You get your man in or whatever, you get your agent in, you get your guy in there, type of shit. And then the thing that I think is important about this is he said that, this person wasn't elected, so the people didn't have no choice in this person being in charge of this thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it just smells totalitarian, No one had it smells 1984. That's what they're going to start saying. So like, it's crazy how like some like stuff that I'm talking about in some science fiction novel or spy novel, like looking like appearing like it's happening for real. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Watching this shit in 3D. So the chick is a spook. Her job has been to like control information or manipulate information, and then they put her in charge of a department that's supposed to, make sure that people aren't giving disinformation.
Yeah, that shit don't make sense, bro. It's crazy. So in other words, basically they're gonna be looking at everybody's YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, whatever, looking at your shit pretty in depth.
They probably gonna have a budget, so they could probably look at your text messages and phone calls and everything.
Yeah. That you remember that one guy who came out and was talking about the government, how they were able to spy in on people's phone calls, and like if you had like a camera on your computer, they could sit there and watch you on your camera. If you had a camera on your phone, see what you're doing. Like they just tap into people's shit, randomly. Damn, I forget the name of that guy, bro. This happened like quite a few years ago like back in like 20, I think it was around when Obama was in office. So this was like way back when Obama was in office, back around that time, and I think Russia gave him what do they call that? Asylum.
Yeah. Asylum.
Yeah. So this is basically what this is gonna be, but just on a more in-depth level.
Yeah. I don't know. It's crazy. It seems like it's they're gonna say it in the video. It's like Russia, during the USSR or North Korea and shit like this, or China even, like the same kind of stuff that the US be, saying that other countries do. It's looking like they're doing the same things.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's really starting to look that way.
Yeah, they're trying to make it. Yeah.
Like North Korea.
They're definitely trying to make it.
I don't know. Just people brainwashed to that extent and limited to that extent. Go ahead, my bad.
No, I was just saying, like, it definitely seems like they're trying to make it just like that. If you speak against the government.
Oh, you're breaking up. Speak against the state. I think that's what you was gonna say. We completely lost him. I'm gonna play. Oh wait, I think he's back. You there?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back, bro. Sorry about that.
You were saying if people say something against the state, what were you saying? Because you was breaking up.
Yeah, no, I was saying, like, basically, they're gonna do you like how they do in all of these other countries, bro, where you speak negative towards the government, you're locked up or killed. You know what I'm saying? Locked away, for the remainder of your life. You're never getting out. That type of shit.
Yeah, look what they're doing to Julian Assange right now.
Yeah, it's shit's nuts, bro. It's crazy.
And they're doing it right in front of people, and people aren't outraged about this stuff. So then, like I be saying all the time, they be testing the waters. They want to see what they can get away with. And like, oh, anybody said anything about this? Oh, then like push full steam ahead. Floor it. That's what I be saying about slippery slope. Let me play some more.
Of Americans have been basically brought in there, like parachuted in to advise the government. She was one of them. And she's fashioned herself as some kind of disinformation expert and obviously conned people in the Biden administration into taking her seriously. Like, they didn't see that video as in any way discrediting or a red flag the way normal people would. They saw it as a means for promoting her. And at the Gray Zone, we've known about Nina Jankowicz for some time because she has spread disinformation about us for years and has spread libel about us. I mean, there may even be grounds for us to, I think there could be grounds for us to file a defamation suit against her based on what she said on Twitter. I'm not considering it. I'm just saying what she said about us beyond that tweet. She's claimed that she blocked Aaron Mate. I don't know if you read that tweet out because my Wi-Fi was spotty for a second. She claimed that she blocked Aaron Mate, my colleague at the Gray Zone, because the Gray Zone was caught being part of a Russian disinformation op, which is a complete lie. And she linked to a report from an organization which is part of this vast disinformation racket that is funded by the Pentagon called Graphica. It's also funded by other spook cutouts, including the Senate Intelligence Committee. And they did this phony report on an outlet called Peace Data that was supposedly a Russian disinformation outlet that was recruiting American alternative media to write about stories that this Russian outlet commissioned. but it was so suspect. And like the letters to American journalists were in like phony Russian, like how an American imagines a Russian speaking. It really looked shady to me. It looked actually like a US disinformation operation. And so this group Graphica used the peace data, the existence of peace data, to claim that alternative media personalities and alternative media groups were providing a home for Russian disinformation. It was just a way of smearing independent media like ours that, as Nina Jankowicz admitted, damages her efforts to, promote regime change operations, to get Americans to support the dirty war on Syria, to get Americans to support the NATO proxy war in Ukraine, to get Americans to support U.S. foreign policy in general, and to stop sowing doubt about the establishment that she is a part of. She's always talking about how dangerous it is that people are sowing doubt. Well, me and you, yeah, we sow doubt because we are maybe under the naive impression that we live in a democracy and that we can criticize people in power who are corrupt, who are beholden to oligarchs, who are starting wars to rake in weapons industry profits, and then, like the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, go and lobby for those very arms industry companies. I mean, what's wrong with doing that in a democracy? The problem is people like Nina Jankowicz don't actually believe in democracy. They believe in being in control of a system that poses as a democracy, while they actually, without anyone electing them, anyone approving of them, get to legislate reality itself. And that's what's so dangerous about this disinformation board, which is in, by the way, an agency, the Department of Homeland Security, that shouldn't even exist itself.
That's right.
It's a phony creation of Bush's war on terror. And the first thing it did was start terrorizing Americans into submission with Bush's phony wars with bogus color alerts. So here we are.
So the Department of Homeland Security, it was found out, and they admitted, I'm pretty sure they admitted that they were, yes, I'm sure Tom Ridge admitted this, I'm almost 100%, that they were using the color. They remember, it was like, today's terror threat is orange. You would hear it in the airport.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
Orange, and I'm like, what does that even mean? It didn't mean anything, except it was there to scare you. And they admitted that they would manipulate the color warnings about terrorism if they needed if they were pushing a political agenda. They admitted that they would do it. So they were propagandizing Americans and scaring them with fake terror threats so they could manipulate us. And that's what they do. And so ironically, the Department of Homeland Security is of course, one of the biggest purveyors of misinformation, disinformation, flat out lies. Because the biggest disinformer, the biggest misinformer, and the biggest liar always is the government. Second is the corporate media. Third is everybody else. So the biggest liars are the government. That's why this is hilarious. This reminds me of North Korea, or how we used to think about the Soviet Union before the Soviet Union broke up. This is how we used to think about them. We've now become them. Right. So
without the free healthcare.
Yeah, without healthcare. That's exactly right. And here's a question that, again, stupid Democrats don't ask themselves is, Joe Biden is not going to be the guy who appoints the Minister of Truth chairperson. It's probably going to be a Republican in 4 years or 2 years. Yeah. Do you ever think about that? Here's what Donald Trump Jr. said. He said, imagine what they would say if Trump created a Ministry of Truth. Imagine what they would say. They would be freaking out you think they're freaking out about Elon Musk? Imagine what they would be doing if the government. So the Democrats have become such maniacs and such authoritarians that they can make Meghan McCain look like a sage. That's how bad they are. Meghan McCain says disinformation board is straight out of V for Vendetta, and it should petrify every American. And you know what? She's right.
That was Meghan McCain.
She's right. She's 100% right.
How many times is she right?
So the new head, this is from Eric Erickson. He says, so the new head of the disinformation board thought the Hunter Biden story was disinformation and believed the Steele dossier. precedent matters, y'all. When the next president puts Marjorie Taylor Greene in charge of that office, you can't complain. That's a perfect point. So Joe Biden is putting a certified lunatic in charge of this department, someone who is the biggest purveyor of misinformation and lies around. And now you can't complain when the next Republican does the same thing. Here's another one.
That's what they're
This is
gonna
from
do.
Nate Hotchman. He says,
Trust and
it's
believe
not
they're
clear
gonna
to me
use
that
that
Democrats have fully reckoned with the non-negligible possibility that Donald Trump is in charge of the new Disinformation Governance Board in 2 years. Oh, no, we reckoned with it. We decided it's the voters' fault and we need to take more of their rights away. That's what they're doing. Here's another one. They don't think that the instruments of their hyperstate can be turned against them. That's exactly right. Just like I told the Young Turks and Bernie Sanders campaign that if you Russiagate, they're eventually going to come back and do it to you. And that's exactly what they did. So if you prop up the CIA's propaganda, they will use it against you. And this is what this person is pointing out, that the people who are instituting their censor, so they don't realize that it's going to be used on them someday. Trump's term was a pointed lesson in how the permanent politicized bureaucracy is utterly beyond the control of voters and fights to protect its interests. So that's correct. There's a permanent state. Some people call it the deep state, but there's a permanent state. And they've said it out loud. Presidents come and go, but the FBI is here always.
That's
the
what I be
CIA
saying.
is here always. Presidents
All the
come
time.
and go, so we don't worry about what they want. So the FBI and the CIA, they have their own agenda. That's why they're called the permanent state or the deep state. And so the thing about this is we're in the middle of a war right now, a proxy war with Russia in Ukraine. That's been stoked, provoked, funded, and elongated by the United States and NATO. So, again, there's no good guys in this Ukraine war. There's nothing but bad guys. Bad guy Ukraine president, bad guy Putin, bad guy Biden. All bad guys. And what they're fighting over is fossil fuels and money. That's what this is about. Looks like every war is about fossil fuels and money. That's all they're ever about. Max, do you have anything to say? You want to say anything else to Sam? Because I'm going to show how. So not only is this making Meghan McCain look good, but it's making other people look good. But before we move on to that, let me bring you back in.
Well, it's making the political right in the U.S. look liberal. That's in the classical sense of what liberalism has traditionally stood for, at least my understanding of it in the U.S.
It's weird. It's
yes,
a weird
of course,
thing.
there were many liberals who supported McCarthyism. We know that, and participated in McCarthyism or turned on communist colleagues in Hollywood. Ilya Kazan comes to mind. But there also is a tradition of liberalism supporting free speech in an absolute way, believing in individual rights, and also believing that the truth is not something that is absolutely objective. And what this really comes down to is that those who represent contemporary liberalism, which is completely out of step with what I understand traditional liberalism to be, essentially what they really are is the professional managerial class that has attached itself to the Democratic Party and the national security state, which accounts for a huge part of the American economy, the knowledge economy. They work in tech or they work in the security sector or whatever. There are people like Nina Jankowicz. They identify with that weird singing routine she does, maybe. They feel deeply threatened by their own country, and they feel deeply they're at war with their fellow Americans.
Yes.
They're terrified of the American public, and they are terrified that there is this wild force out there that is neither traditionally Republican or Democratic. It's just anti-establishment. It's something that Donald Trump unleashed, and they call it conspiracy theories. They dismiss it all as conspiracy theorism. They dismiss it all as disinformation, and they actually want to now legislate it away or disappear it through algorithms that they control. You talked about Barack Obama's speech on disinformation at Stanford at the Cyber Policy Center, where he's speaking to, you know, people who are the base of the Democratic Party, part of that knowledge, professional managerial class. And he's calling for them at the end of his speech to be in control of the algorithms on social media sites. He's saying the algorithms should be open to the government, and they will all go into government, into positions like Nina Jankowicz's positions, working alongside people like her. And the algorithm will be open to them, not to us. It will be directed against us in order to suppress us and disappear us. They're not going to necessarily jail us. They just want to kind of push us to the side so no one can listen to us. And that's what this is about. And it's because they're afraid that you are inspiring people. You are sowing doubt and inspiring people to actually ultimately one day go to the barricades against the establishment that they represent. The Democrats today are the party of the establishment. They are the party of the managerial class that's terrified of the majority of Americans. And so the easiest way for them to demonize everyone is to say, oh, they're Russian, or this is disinformation, or hate. They constantly use the term hate to justify their censorship agenda, but that's not that's not what this is about. It's about their fear of the American people, and it's kind of encouraging in a certain respect. It's encouraging
well, this is a sign that they realize they're losing control.
They have lost control.
So what?
And the only thing they have is the narrative.
That's
the
it.
only thing they can control because they can't control the economy. They can't control the world like they could in the 1990s.
But what they can't control anymore is people are waking up to the economic hellscape that they're living in, and so I like to say this is that what do you call a system that takes the richest country in the world and turns half of its residents poor or low income? 80% of workers live paycheck to paycheck, and half the workers make $30,000 or less. You call that a failed system?
Yeah.
And so that's why they have to keep getting these more grotesque forms of censorship. Now they're just coming out right now and saying it and putting it in the government. Like before, it was always they were like, "Oh no, it's a private company doing it." Now they're doing it in the government. They're literally putting it in the security apparatus inside the government. And why is that? That's because their bullshit isn't selling anymore. People voted for Trump because they were done with the Republican Party. People voted for Bernie Sanders because they were done with the Democratic Party. People are done with both parties, and all they have left is censorship and fear. They have to convince you half the country are fascist, white supremacist Nazis, and that their form of authoritarianism will save us from half the country. And that's all they have. So once both sides of the country wake up to a common enemy, which we have, that's when they're screwed. And that's why they have to keep voices like you, me, and anybody else, Glenn Greenwald, Matt Taibbi, Chris Hedges, anybody who has a counter narrative to the establishment, they have to suppress and silence. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you can just feel the hysteria and panic coursing through the veins of the dominant wing of the national security establishment and the political establishment. They're just absolutely hysterical. I mean, this week I saw 3 censorship attempts, like high-level censorship attempts against the gray zone, at least 2 actually, and then the appointment of this character, this demented karaoke singer who has been calling us a Russian disinformation op to a Department of Homeland Security post. We had like some random reporter from the Daily Beast calling YouTube demanding that they censor us because of things that I said off.
Okay.
But that shit is crazy, bro.
Yeah, what do you think, man?
I don't even know if there's really anything else to be said. They've laid it out there, like, you know. I mean, and this is what This is what we've been seeing. Those of us that are paying attention, those of us that are fed up, that are woke to this shit, you know, and nobody listened to Trump when he was yelling out fake news, fake news. This is, they're pushing the wrong narrative, this and that. Everybody called him a complete fucking idiot. They hated this guy and they went out there and they voted for a fucking even big, they voted for a true scumbag, you know. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. But I think more and more people are waking up, and I think that we should continue to put pressure on them.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to be, as strong as they are. They're not supposed to be as big as they are. And I feel like us as the citizen, we have to keep pushing and pressing them. Keep your fucking foot on their neck, literally.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think Biden, I think a lot of people didn't really know who Biden was. Like, even to this day, still, like, he's such a generic character that it's like, like, who is Biden anyways? Like, who is that guy? I don't know.
Yeah.
I recognize him. Oh, Joe. That's Uncle Joe. I want to let me read some comments. I'm gonna read the caption under the video first. This is the caption under the Jimmy Dore video. It says, Joe Biden has announced the formation of something called the Disinformation Governance Board, which will operate within the Homeland Security Department as a sort of Orwellian Ministry of Truth, pointing out what the administration considers to be disinformation in the public discourse. Because who better to identify propaganda than the U.S. government?
Yeah. Dude, and it's crazy that this shit here is launched right after Elon Musk. Well, and it's like, why? If you guys have no concerns or nothing to worry about, if you guys are telling the American people the truth, then why are you so worried about a guy like Elon Musk? Why are y'all so worried about this guy?
And I ain't gonna lie, I think I can't help but to think that this is kind of a reaction to Elon Musk. I'm sure they had this in the works, but like, it's like, okay, we felt like we had a good little handle on it, but then Elon Musk bought Twitter. So what are we gonna do? Let's create a disinformation board. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, but I don't think, I think, dude, if he's smart, he should fucking totally lock the government out of his algorithm. Totally lock him out of Twitter. Like, literally.
But you can't do that because there's laws in each territory, region, county, state, whatever.
I know it's
country.
Wishful thinking. My statement is more so wishful thinking, but like, I think it should be ways around it in some way, where like, they can't basically they can't block somebody who's speaking free speech. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that's putting information out there, whether they feel like it's creating hysteria or not, I feel like they shouldn't be able to block it because, it's free speech, bro. It's social media. If if the government is so truthful and they know best, then why are you worried about people that pay for their own YouTube channels and they put shit out there? Why are y'all so worried about what they're saying?
Yeah.
Why are you so worried? So it's like, that's why I say, if they're so truthful and honest about what they're saying and what they're doing, I feel like, I understand that there's laws and shit like that governing that, but I feel like they should not be able to block what you post or what you say. If you want to create a podcast platform on your Twitter, they should not be able to block that shit, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you, but they can, and they will, and they do. So, I mean, it is what it is. It's crazy, like, but from what you're saying, I think about how, like, a lot of these little channels ain't doing nothing. Like, what the hell? Little bitty views they're getting. They're so concerned that every little channel that says something out of line, they're on their ass, you know. And then they promote the bullshit, you know, the dance TikToks and the or the fight videos and shit like that, you know, the twerk videos. They promote and push that shit, and then they suppress anything that's not that.
Yep. Yep.
And it's crazy, like you said. I mean, like why they worried about little old some random old dude in his garage, you know?
Yeah. Exactly, because they're lying, bro. Both parties, bro, and we talk about that all the time, you know. And it's just the narrative, you know, and that's all that they're controlling, and they still have a hold on some people, you know. And it's like I hear a lot, and the hardest thing for me is that when you hear people that you truly love, that are near and dear to you, you know, like your old aunt that was always your favorite aunt growing up, and you hear her saying, "Oh, Biden and that," and you like, "Oh my God!" Like you want to say just, but you can't. You know, it's like, and I think about that, bro, and it's like, man, they're getting to these people, bro, like. But you know, people just aren't smart enough to look beyond what they're putting out there for them, bro. Like y'all say all the time, man. They keep swallowing that blue pill.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, man. They're not swallowing just one, dude. I think they're swallowing 2 and 3 at a fucking time, 3 times a day. Probably wake up in the middle of the night to go piss, and then, oh shit, I need to take another of my pills. You know, let me swallow 3 more of these. Like,
yeah, man, it's the zombie robots, and I ain't gonna lie, I got a list of things I'm irritated with today. Like, but I was thinking, I was like, it's probably because I'm tired. So you know, when I'm tired, I get more, you know, edgy, you know, and then I do have this nice guy image, but really I'm not a nice guy. Like I am a nice guy, but not really. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
You know.
yeah,
So like,
yeah.
so that from one side, the more I get tired, the more like the real me comes out, I guess, you know. And like people irritate the shit out of me, man. Like they really do. Like the way people behave, it really fucking bothers me, man. A lot of times, you know. I don't know. You know, call me crazy, but
Nah, I think everybody go through that, dude. I'm the same way, bro. My wife, like, you know, that's like people around her that she work with or whatever, you know, they see me and they see how I carry on, and you know, and I truly do take care of my wife, like genuinely on all levels, you know, you know, to the best of my ability. And people are always like, "Oh my God, your husband's so nice. He's so sweet. He's kind. He's just, you know, like this lovable person. Like I let my guard down around him. I can, you know." And my wife's like, "That motherfucker, he's a true fucking jerk. He ain't nice." Like, yes, I am. I genuinely am, but it's just dumb shit, bro.
yeah, bro,
Like,
because
I
it's
don't even
like
know
you
that I do that shit. I don't even realize that
don't
I
have the
look at
patience.
people as they're talking to me, and my wife's like, "You got a funny way of lifting an eyebrow and wrinkling your forehead. You just give people that shit look."
They say the same thing about me. You know, they say the exact same thing about me. Hey, Elliot, you're in the background, but I can't add you. It says device not connected. It might be your charger or something like that, man. If your device battery level is low, sometimes it does that. I don't know what else it could be, but it won't let me add you right now. I want to read some of these comments. These are comments underneath Jimmy Dore's video. First comment, it says, he says it out loud. They're going after individuals, not disinformation. That's what I think too. Another comment, it says, everyone who would even want to create something like this is already the wrong person to wield it. I think I agree with that too. She looks insane. She's the type of person that would call the police on a parent for letting their kid play at a park by themselves. Now she has the full power of the DHS behind her. God help us. Lord have mercy. She just looks crazy. Like, I mean, we don't know, but just looking at her, she look crazy, bro. Like,
She look crazy as fuck.
put her in charge, bruh. And that's what happens. These people are always the people that end up in charge. They're in powerful positions that was given to them. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure that it was given to her. It was one of them kind of deals. My buddy type shit.
Yeah.
Let me read some more. It says, her self-confidence and the way she is carrying herself while singing is on par with comic book villains. If she was in the 1930s in the Nazi Germany, she would be as happy as this managing a concentration camp. Damn, that's kind of mean. We can't. I ain't gonna go that far. That was me reading the comment, y'all. Oh shit!
Out of all the great
state, and
my bad. Let me see. Okay, it's another comment. It says, I'm actually becoming afraid of our federal government as they continue to reveal their true plan for us. Another comment. It says, remember all the crimes they committed during the war on terror? Imagine how many crimes they're going to commit during the war on you, Jimmy Dore. Another comment. It says, I'm not American, but I don't see how the country can endure with people like this woman in positions of power. What an absolute disgrace. Another comment, it says, her main experience seems to be based on her expertise with studying Russian disinformation tactics that turned out to actually be disinformation operations by Americans aimed at other Americans. Did I miss something? Nope, you didn't miss nothing. Oh, man, it's just crazy. Crazy, bro. It's like we living in the Twilight Zone or something. What happened? Let me read some more comments. It says, reminds me of a quote from another George, not Orwell, but this time Carlin. Rights are rights, even if someone can take them. It says rights aren't rights if someone can take them away. They're privileges. That's all we've ever had in this country is a bill of temporary privileges. And if you read the news even badly, you know that every year the list gets shorter and shorter and shorter. George Carlin. Let me read another comment. It says, this administration have managed to come up with every deranged idea possible in a matter of just 1 year. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they must be in some kind of a hurry. Another comment, it says, it's the Ministry of Truth and should always be referred to as such. Man, that shit is scary, bro. That reminds me of Handmaid's Tale when they're like behind his eye. What did they say? Under his eye. All the time. Or something like that. Or he is good. I can't remember how they said it. And it's so creepy. It's like, and that's how they get you. And that's how they have people. Like, you're a zombie robot. You just want to fit in. You don't want to say anything that's gonna be, offensive to anyone or that's gonna get you in any trouble. Like, you can only have conversations. They were like in the show. They could only have conversations about certain things, and they would pretend that they're having conversations about like fruit or something when they're actually having like some kind of like personal conversation or something. It's crazy, man. Oh.
Yeah. Gonna have to start learning code around here.
Exactly.
It's like when I work. and I worked in the prison, bro. Like the inmates, they would shoot kites. You know, like they literally would like have like fishing lines they made, right, and shoot kites from like top tier down to the bottom tier or
Oh,
whatever.
I got you. I got you now, Elliot. Go ahead. Deuce, my bad.
And they would like some of the officers would like take their letters or whatever, right? And they couldn't read that shit. It was all in codes. Like it would be like diamond shaped hexagon squares, like, you know, hearts, you know, shit like that. Like, but the other inmates knew exactly what it was, what the wording was, what they were saying. Like, we got to get to that. We got to get on that kind of level with this bullshit they trying to bring in on us.
Start using some pig Latin, and but I ain't gonna lie, you know, it's like in the zombie apocalypse, everything always goes back to basic stuff because even after a while you run out of bullets. So, you know, if you see in those zombie apocalypse movies, as the zombie apocalypse goes on with time, they end up using swords and bats and stuff like that because that
Yeah.
don't has unlimited ammo. You know what I'm saying? Because at some point
Yeah.
you're gonna run you run out of bullets. So the
Yeah.
simplest stuff always ends up working the best. So like the kite idea, like what you're saying, that I ain't gonna lie. I saw this guy was moved. They caught a pigeon. They caught a pigeon, and on its back was like a little, I don't know, little piece of, you know, some amount of cocaine. You know what I'm saying? So people were moving cocaine using these pigeons. And I was like, damn, how the hell did the freaking cops catch that shit? And then I'm thinking about like, damn, that's some old complex ass shit right there. So, but then, like I say, the kite, what you're saying would be the way, you know, we really go all out totalitarian, then that's how we could communicate without them monitoring us. I don't know how they would figure out a way to monitor the kite. Use the damn satellite to zoom in and then see through the paper or something. We'd have to fold it up in an intricate way so they can't look at it through the satellite.
That shit is crazy, bro. That's crazy. But it's funny you say that about the zombie apocalypse shit because like sometimes when I like, well, not sometimes, majority of the time when I'm at home, bro, like I can't fall asleep because I'm so used to working overnight. And so a lot of times I'll just lay in bed and be watching TV, and I always find myself flipping to the AMC channel and fucking Walking Dead is on, and I'll sit there and I'll watch that shit, bro, literally with no volume on, just the TV going, you know, because I'm trying to respect the wife. She's asleep. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I'll have volume on, but it's like I'm not looking at the words. I'm just looking at their tactics. And I sit back and I think about that shit like, bro, what if we broke out and all, you know, people were fucking zombies and like you had to kill these more, keep from getting bit so you don't turn into one and shit.
That's why
Like,
those movies that's why I like zombie movies, because that's the scariest scenario like ever. Like
Bro,
humans that like
I'm sorry, but I had to jump in there. Like, y'all don't feel like you're already walking amongst zombies?
I swear to God. I swear
yeah.
to God.
Yeah, I feel like that, and
Fuck.
I've been feeling like that a long time, and I'll tell you, dude. Like I got home the other day, and I had to take my daughter get her brace, a row of her braces put on, and then I dropped her back at school. So I went to the mall. I was looking. There's these really comfortable shoes that I wanted to get for the truck called Hey Dude. Really comfortable, nice, plush, comfortable, breathable shoes. Cause I don't like wearing my boots while I drive. But anyway, bro, I'm literally walking in the mall and I'm coming across the parking lot and there's like this group of people, bro. Like they're literally just walking heads down. They're all in the group together. They're all looking at the same video, laughing, you know, and the people are blowing their horn like motherfuckers walk. You know, like I'm letting y'all go across, like, and then you get in the mall and it's like, you know, I'm looking at couples. None of the couples are actually holding hands, talking to each other. They're both walking together and they're both looking down at their phones. You know, damn near bumping into shit, you know. Just people follow that, they follow whatever the fuck they see. Whatever the fuck is just like, you know.
So, but see, if we already got zombies walking around, then all we need is shit to fall apart. And then we got this solar freaking flare and
Bro, shit has fallen apart, bro.
and if we get a big enough solar flare, it can be like an EMP and knock out like electricity or satellites.
How did you guys feel about Elon Musk saying that human beings are already cyborgs?
Well, we're definitely going in that direction. I've been watching a lot of shit like that, and a lot of the really smart people say that in the future, like it's really it's unavoidable.
Say, bro, the average person is already under control and works and acts like freaking robots without being like
Without even being
like technically being I mean, our news is the biggest programmer. Like the mainstream media is the programmer for the government. Like this, say, bro, we're already in the middle of everything that we fear.
But people don't watch television like that no more. Like I choose what I want to watch. Like the advertisements, really annoy me, and I'm not putting everybody in a category, but the only ones that had the full locked in the mindset of, I need to turn on the television to get my information were my grandparents.
Elliot,
they were stuck to the TV.
Elliot, say, bro, don't expect that because you live a certain way that everybody else is living that way. I'm
not generalizing.
Yeah.
Because I promise you, bro, there's more people under the spell than I like to.
And even us, because you just said the ads annoy you, and ads annoying you is a good thing because that's, the universe talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so, but the thing is, though, those ads have a whole lot of power, bro. You know what I mean?
I realized at a young age, I felt uncomfortable. And to give you a scenario, like it took me years to realize it because I've been there so many times, but I went to a huge mall and the signs, I could read the signs and the symbols, and it really distorted my thinking. And I'm like, is something wrong with me, or am I really uncomfortable?
They break your vibration. They really do. I think the sound is the worst part of the ads. You know what I'm saying? Because they work with the sound and the visuals together to fuck with you mentally. But I think the sound is the worst. And the sound is intended to, change your frequency, man.
What it is inaccurate binaural beats. Have you ever listened to a binaural beat? And you got the headphones. I can see them. Yeah. If you play two frequencies at two different times, it puts you in a meditative state.
Yeah, I sleep with them every night.
Yes, sir. And it puts you on a whole nother level. Yeah, binaural beats, both of you guys do?
Well, ever since Pat told me about it, listen to the vibration. I listen to things like when I go to sleep in the morning when I go to bed, I have my earbuds in and I play like there's this one that I found on Spotify. It's like a healing, like a vibrational healing, like I be listening to them, man. I listen to like the whispering of positive affirmations and things like that, and it does, bro. I noticed that I sleep better. It's like I'm in a deep sleep, but I'm very aware of what's going around. Before, when I would just fall asleep without that shit, I'd be dead to the world. But now I'm in like a deep sleep, but I'm aware of everything. I hear everything, even though I'm peacefully asleep. It's just, it's a difference, man. It's a difference. Very, very good thing. But
there could be some science to it.
That shit, bro.
And just to add to it is when you watch television for a certain amount of seconds, it puts you in I think it's like beta or a certain type of state. Because I haven't studied for a while, like I got a lot going on, but it puts you in a certain vibration and a frequency where you're like, if you're a couple vibrations away from being asleep. With your eyes open, watching the television.
Well, you go into a delta. You go into a delta state, And that right when you're in a delta state is like what the same state that children are in from the age of 1 to 6 or 7 years old,
So they
where
could tap right into your subconscious and
yeah, like it pretty much it just it's pretty much that, it goes right to your brain, like it works just like your heart, your breathing, your like it makes you absorb things pretty much immediately. But you got to think about when if you're not if especially for people who go to sleep with the TV on.
Yeah, that's the worst.
When you do that, you are allowing everything that TV frequency is putting in, and it's almost like an MK Ultra type
and
thing,
most of that shit gonna be ads. Because remember back in the day when the stations kind of went off, and then it would just be like long ass infomercials and shit.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a friend told me when he went to sleep one time, and he left his TV on. It was a 3-hour. Once he picked up his phone and looked at everything or whatever he had it on, Roku or Fire Stick, like it was a 3-hour ad, and he couldn't believe it. He looked at me and he was like, "Dude, it was literally 3 hours."
Yeah, no, I mean, say, bro, that like when they would sell these certain products or whatever, and those are just commercials, but yes, they stay on for 2.5 hours, 3 hours, five. Some of the stuff would like just repeat itself like a freaking QVC marathon type thing. But either way, you the main thing is that when you don't control if you don't purposely think out how you're going to receive information, you're going to be you're going to get triggered, like, because it's going to trigger you.
I say turn all that shit off, because I don't think any of us have the abilities to fight that shit, bro. Like, it's so scientifically
one of the
you're
one
right,
of the
because
main ways is to turn off your Wi-Fi first of all, and then second, most people won't do it, but turn off all your electronics in your house. Because I'm looking around and I'm thinking like, what's the solution? People complain all the time, and I'm like, okay, well, what do we do moving forward? Because unless you have control of that and you change it, there's nothing you can do. When you're out of electricity, what do we use? Candles. And then we start gravitating to like the force of just light. It goes back to its simplest form. And
well, I'm gonna tell you, if I was at home, I feel like I would be better off with detaching from society. But me being out here in the world like this, and you never know, personally, I have to stay in touch. I have a son that might call me at any moment. That's, for whatever reason, I'm gonna be available.
You're gonna drop whatever you're doing. It's like, I gotta deal with this.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
and you want to be in the position to be able to do that.
Yeah, if my son, if the person that I worry about the most is in my house, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I could totally shut off. But as far as the way your mind is controlled, that you can't stop your mind from going into this delta state where it's absorbing and pretty much roboting you. Like, it can control the way you see the rest of the world. I'm gonna pick that for myself. I'm not gonna just leave it up to chance and whatever it is that I fall asleep on with the TV or what the radio, like anything. I'm just, like I said, I want to choose what my mind is going to absorb when I'm at any point of the day. And that's pretty much my thing. Like, I really think that people should really think about that type of thing, because for the most part we have these cyborgs, these robots, you know, like I mean, the thing, like just think about like they programmed a great deal of people, whether it's on the you know Democratic side or the Republican side. I mean, just think about some of these people that went on January 6th. They've been programmed in so many ways for them to even think to for them to be prepared and ready to do that. So that's I think a lot of times based on how, what you in your awake state and within your sleep state, what you allow yourself to be you know able to absorb. So that's something I think people should really think about it. It's all been proven scientifically that that's
You
the way
can think
it
of
works.
thinking about it is the first action that you should take, and then what comes after that? Food, shelter, and clothing. What do you surround yourself around with? Ultimately, I've said it on this show multiple times. What are you putting in your mouth? You know what I mean?
We talked
That
about
too.
it last night. How I think it was last night. How we have to think about how you're consuming things because you're consuming sunlight. You're consuming these fucking radio microwaves and shit. You're consuming the television.
Radiation, number one.
So, but being aware, being mindful, helps a lot, because, it's not just food that makes you sick too. You know what I'm saying? You can be consuming something that you could be consuming healthy foods, but consuming something else that's making you toxic. You know what I'm saying?
True, I hear you.
Yeah, I want to get one of those little phone wallets because I mean I really when I did my bioscan at the Powwow last week, I'm heavily inundated by different things like uh, it's probably like the Wi-Fi frequencies. Like I mean I'm in my truck mainly by myself every day. There's no Wi-Fi, shall I, to really say, in my truck. That's just, giving me high radiation. But I mean, it may not even take, Wi-Fi to do it because, I mean, damn near everywhere I go, I have great signal on my phone. So it's just out in the world. You know what I'm saying? It don't necessarily have. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be your Wi-Fi setup to. Yeah, shutting that off might help with you a few hours of, at least less of that radioactivity. But bro, those beams are coming at us at every angle, every moment of the day. I don't think it's to the point where we can control it unless we like really, you got your house painted with lead paint where it blocks it off, your house, and you maybe safer, when you're in your home, but
They haven't had lead painted homes since like the late '80s.
what's that?
Yeah.
I said they haven't had lead paint in homes since the late '80s.
Well, they haven't.
No,
They haven't painted.
not
But
in homes,
but they have.
because
Some of
yeah,
the old homes do have it. A lot of homes have it.
yeah,
You
these
have to.
new homes have it. You just have to specify to have it. Like I
Well,
mean, you can get lead. I carry lead paint all the time.
yeah. I was gonna make a suggestion in your truck. You should think about colors. You know how like colors, influence you, right? So like you could put up like some kind of like flag or I don't know, some kind of sheet or blanket or something. I don't know, somewhere in the truck, while you're driving or something like that. And that color can charge up that particular chakra related to it. You get what I'm saying? And you can go through different colors as far as like one week to the next and go down the list.
Are you talking about like chakras
Yeah.
and the correlation between really it's red and then it goes to ultraviolet or something like that?
Yeah. And I believe it's true because like the color of your comforter or something like that, like if it's a solid color, it'll be charging you up, you know what I'm saying, all the time. And it's good to change it. Like if your comforter is like all one color, like red or blue or whatever, it's good to change them out, you know what I'm saying, periodically, because whatever color it is, it'll be overcharging whatever chakra is related to it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get me a purple. I'm gonna get me a purple comforter then.
What's everybody's favorite color?
Mine is blue and black.
I don't have one.
I like green. I'm starting to like green a lot more.
Well, you know what? I guess blue is one of my my favorite color, but I don't really have a favorite color. Like, I mean, I used to like the color of the rainbow until I used to love rainbows.
Damn. Oh, so they stop you liking a rainbow because of the LGBTQ community.
Yeah, they don't. They don't.
It's like they took over. Y'all took over the whole spectrum of colors.
You know what I'm saying? If I say I like rainbows now, people gonna look at me side-eyed. You know what I'm saying? Huh.
Try to tell you something.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just being fun. I'm being stupid. But nah, yeah, I don't know. I like all the colors, honestly. Like yellow, red. Shoot, when I'm wearing red, that's when more women come to me.
Red is a power color.
Wow.
Red is a power color. If you look at the presidents, a lot of times, and that's what they'll do. They know how these colors work, and so red gives you like this dominant type of like energy, like you know what I'm saying. This masculine energy, it gives off this, yeah. So you look presidential, you look leadership, They pull out the red tie or whatever.
Shit, depending on your territory, because that all means so much in the hood, outside the hood, the suburbs, and everything else. It does do some attraction to the eye, but people don't think about this shit. They like, what are you doing every day? Like, how are you operating? Most people don't think like
you. When people know you, yeah. So,
because you can't do that in certain areas. You would get killed just by walking around thinking that you're so ambitious about this color. And most people don't get put in that place because they already know their situation. If you're traveling about, handling your business, ain't nobody gonna think nothing of it other than a perception.
I'm gonna tell you, I don't worry about none of that.
Yeah, me neither.
One day
I don't either.
One day I gotta go. And if it's if the universe allows some stupid fuck to let me kill me, then I mean because of a color, bro. You know what?
Man,
I don't want to be here anyway.
Yeah,
that's how people think, man. And deep down, rugged, poor communities, that's what's going on.
And it's so disappointing, That's what I'm saying. When I be looking at people and I feel like, I'm just disgusted, And then, it's two ways to go at it, You got the elite people who are like, okay, well, they're scum, they're trash, so we'll just use them, whatever, use their bodies, breed them or not breed them, exterminate them, not exterminate them, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And then the other way you can go at it is like, okay, they're human. So let's give them a chance, like give them an opportunity to show what they can do, And what I was going to say earlier was like, I wish the world went back to character more, It's like how they judge people is by like, the first thing people like to ask you is, where do you work at? What's your job or whatever? So then they calculate how much you make in their head. And then that's how much they determine. And then one of the other ways is related to what positions you have, not necessarily the money, but like if you're a cop or your job comes with a certain amount of authority or whatever.
What's your family background? What's your family background? Like, where did you know, what kind of stuff did your parents do? Because I think that's that right there. If they know what you do and what your parents did, what kind of progression are you making in the world? You know, kind of somehow they can equate that to, you know, overall value.
Yeah, but they don't. And the other one I was gonna say was like how high your position is in a company or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Your hierarchy within the company, you know, within the job. Because a lot of people, their job is like their whole life. So it's like, you know, I just want to be the boss just because, like, you know, I spend all my time at work. So while I'm at work, I get to tell people what to do, you know? So, but character, you know, that's why I get angry, because the quickest way to get me upset is when you attack my character if you know me. So it's like, you know my character, you know how I roll, and then you want to act like could possibly do some shady shit that shady people do all the time. Like, you know me, like I'm not that guy. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, you just attacked my character. You know what I'm saying? And you know,
But you know what? I enjoy telling people I'm a truck driver because, you know, I mean, some people know that truck drivers are some of the smartest people, but there's others that look at you like, oh, damn, he's just a truck driver, you know, whatever. They never have, they never, you know, I mean, I think that sometimes they're like, well, damn, you know, okay, well, like, how'd you end up in truck driving? Because, you know, I guess they feel like maybe I'm a little, you know, like if they get a glimpse of my thought process, they're like, you know, maybe I'm wasting my life in a truck. But, you know, you never really know what a person really, you know, amounts to just because of their job, or, you know, what they just so happen to be doing in the moment. You know, never can give you a full world, you know, worldview of a person. Like, it just doesn't matter. I mean, maybe you can do it to some people, but
I think most people are too concerned about what somebody else is doing, and then when you start to ask those type of questions, it's like, how is it affecting my life? So you're cross-referencing without there being a real correlation. You're just trying to build a relationship, momentarily or long-term. So, like, what's the benefit? A lot of people are codependent. I would say, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, so what do y'all think about that though? So what do y'all think about that question? Because it really kind of bothers me. I ain't gonna lie. I think about it a lot all the time. Just like the one, what did you get for Christmas and what did you do for the summer? But that one, what do what do you do for a living, or what's your job? You know what I'm saying? Like, that question is another one that, like, what do y'all think about that? Am I crazy to think that it's, you know?
well, it depends on where it's coming from. Because, you know, I might have a range of because I mean I've done so many different things in my life to where, you know, I've done everything under the sun. Like, I've been an actor, I've been a musician, I've, you know, rapped, I've you know, business owner, truck driver, I'm, you know, so I mean, and then what, you know, just sometimes I'm just really condescending about it. It's just like, I don't know what you mean. I just live. You know what I'm saying? What do I do for a living? You know what I'm saying? That's just like one of the dumbest questions ever, really. But
and then look, let me say this, because like you know, you have waiters, servers that here in Houston that make over 150, 100, you know, 250,000 a year. You know, so like that's another thing. So like, as far as like truck driver, maybe some people think that truck drivers make a lot of money, or maybe people think truck drivers don't make a lot of money. Like, you know, you know,
it's the range. Some people know, and some people have no clue.
so that's what I mean. So then, like, they ask you what you do. You're like, you're a truck driver. One person might think like, oh, this guy probably make like 35, 40 a year.
That's
He's
what I'm
poor.
saying. Well, I mean, that's not that, and I don't think if there's any truck driver that makes 30,000-40,000, they not paying attention to the market. But I mean, but let's just say, I mean, 60 to 80,000 on average. You know, people probably think, oh well, you know, okay, he's still. I mean, because these days that's almost still impoverished. You know what I'm saying?
You live in check to check.
Yeah.
Maybe a little, you know, you got a little bit of buffer zone, but
I feel like if you don't know me or I don't know you, what I do professionally is none of your business. Because if you knew me, you know what I'm doing.
Right. And that's what's crazy because
so
like
what is the cross reference between the relationship? What are you trying to benefit out of this? Are you putting yourself on a pedestal, or you know, are you trying to compare?
Are you trying to hire me? Like what's
yeah. Can we break bread together? Can we invest? What, you know what I mean? Kind of like back up. Let's retract that and come with another question. How was your day? How are you doing?
So let me ask you this:
potentially, I can hire you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, they don't know. So wait,
no cap.
So look. I was just thinking about this. How comfortable they are asking that question, you know, in those certain settings. But like in the streets, if you was in the streets, you don't ask those kind of questions, right? Like at all, ever. Like, you know, where'd the money come from, or how much is this, or like
what?
If you
looking to get killed?
Yes. I was about to say.
For real, he ain't no cap. Look, I went through a real rough hood, and I'm like, what up, brother? I just seen another brother. He looked at me and said, "Nigga, I don't know you." And I was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "All right, let me just keep walking, get to where I'm going." Like, I just asked you how you were doing. Motherfucker looked at me like, "Nigga, you want me to shake your pockets real quick?" And I'm working out like, what? Like, damn, bro, we gotta do. There's a lot of deep work going on that needs to be fixed and corrected.
Bro,
and if it's not,
I got an answer I've never gotten before. Well, like that I hardly ever get. You know, at the powwow, you know, the area where I was, it was kind of on, you know, hood area in Dallas, and you know, dude was walking past where I was standing and, you know, just being polite. And I just like, what's happening, bro? You doing all right? Nah, bro. Got things on my mind. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
And and us as black people, like I was saying, I love the head nod. I really love the head nod. But one thing that really bothers me is the mean mug when, like, what is it with black people? A lot of times they look at other black people and it's like I'm supposed to look cool, so then I'm supposed to look hard, so I'm supposed to mean mug the other black person. The white guy walks by and you give him a thumbs up, a high five and shit.
Hey, well, so wait. I gotta think about this because Pat is a. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that. I mean, I think that's a human reaction that you match other people's energy. So if somebody else is coming at you mean mugging or whatever, you know, you end up kind of taking that defense mode, like, okay, this might go down, you know. But if you got somebody that's all smiling and chipper and whatever, for whatever reason, you're probably gonna do the same shit. It's like, damn, this motherfucker happy. You know what I'm saying? So that's just a part of human nature.
Yeah. But it happens a period. Like Pat, you're a little older than me, and like white people are not up or down. And then like you said, when you approach a brother, and you know what I mean, you don't know him, it's automatic on animosity. So it's like, you know, when a motherfucker, like when you walk in, we all know this. When you walk in a room and shit don't feel comfortable, you like, let me go. I gotta get up out of here.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I purposely try to put on a smile just to try, you know, to uplift the other one, hopefully to draw them into that type of mind.
That's my point, because it's the spiraling effect of like what you said, Elliot, because they mug you and then you mug them back and mug back, mug the next person that walked by you. You know what I'm saying? Just cause.
What you looking at, fool?
Hey, but more black people. No, excuse me, more white people. They not up, and then I knew things was starting to change in like society when they started nodding down, and I'm like, y'all don't usually do that. Why are you nodding down? And then you go up, they go up with you. Like they try to mimic, and it's just not white people. I mean, don't get me wrong. Shit, I got some white in my blood down the line, but it's just like basic like human psychology and gestures, and you can feel that without speaking words.
Yeah. So, how did y'all catch? Because it was just me and Deuce in here earlier when I was playing the video. But I know, Pat, I know you saw the video, right? Because you liked it, I think, on the link. The video about the Jimmy Dore video talking about the Department of Information or whatever.
Disinformation Governance Office or whatever they're doing through the Homeland Security or whatever bullshit.
Yeah. So what do y'all think about that? Did you hear that about that, Elliot? What do y'all think about that? That's just crazy, right?
It's insane, bro. And it just kind of says that everything they planned for us, the deep mind control that they thought they had over people, is not working. And when there's alternative narratives that they cannot, that they're not controlling, they feel like they have to find a way. And I think it really feared them. You got them really scared that Elon Musk now is owning Twitter, because this is a reactive thing. Because now they know that they won't be able to control Elon on who he allows on, or what type of narratives he allowed to happen on his platform, where they've pretty much can send, like they can use all these other social media sources to inject or reject certain narratives that they want to allow or not allow in the atmosphere into the for the average person to hear day to day. They're setting up this thing so that they can have some form of control to where they can, I'm assuming they would want to, they're going to try to make some legislation based on certain narratives, but it's just
and they're going to be attacking individual peoples like me and you, like for saying some shit that we're not supposed to say on Twitter or whatever. I think that's what it's going to be, because they're worried about Twitter, right? I think it's a reaction to Twitter. So like if they can make law, like you say, pass some kind of legislation, and it'd be like, okay, well, you can say whatever you want to on Twitter, but if you say this or that on Twitter, then you broke the law, and we coming in and kicking your dough in. It's gonna be the new drug war.
Yeah, I mean, and that would be somewhat extreme, but I mean, to be able to silence your voice is mainly what I think they want to do. But I like Jimmy Dore says, it seems like something they haven't really thought out, because what they said, Trump's son came on saying if Donald Trump had done this, everybody would be up in arms. Oh my God, like it's really insane. And then when they leave office, the people behind them can do exactly the same shit. Like this is like totally insane. That because I mean, really, ultimately, I say, my first thought when I saw this, I heard this, I was like, first of all, they don't think very much of the American people to decide for themselves what they should listen to or not listen to. And neither does your opinion, if you do believe something they think you shouldn't, that you don't even have the right to think it, because they need a whole office to govern what you believe or not believe. It's crazy, bro.
Hey, politics, school, and religion are really one and the same, and it's a sleight of hand because what they're doing is centralizing thoughts. They're like, okay, well, how many people in America are on Facebook, included with the outside world, and it's politics. They're like, what is the thought excuse me, the thought process over here? What is it over here? How can we manipulate it? What is the algorithm? What is the outcome? Because Biden, like the president after fucking Trump, and then before that, Barack. Like, come on, you guys. Like, you want to hand out these stimulus checks, and people don't want to work, and economics, and the now things. What the real issue now is inflation. That's what the problem is, and who's gonna deal with it? How you purchase your groceries or your goods at the store.
Well,
You put people in a tight position.
Well, the inflation is really because I mean, me and Shaka have had disagreements about the inflation or whatever because at this point, like it's real because we're all dealing with it, but a lot of it is fabricated. Like this is like they are price gorging all over the place, and one thing that proves it is Nancy Pelosi this past week, where she's talking about they're putting a bill to and they're specifically talking about the gas companies price gorging, but how like this is not the only place, and that's one of the places that they have the least control of how things produce and maybe even have a big stake in. So
Yeah, they're controlled by Arabs or another country. They're controlled by another country. Either we know or don't know about. They don't have full control.
But listen, this is now they're talking about making legislation. They can't make legislation in another country. So if they're making legislation, they're talking about the powers that be over the gas gods in the United States. So as far as them and the pricing that they're putting out there, is trying to make a legislation for them and their price gorging. My thing is like, was it not our president who wrote, did a executive order for the price of the taxes that's being charged on gasoline? And like, I mean, are we gonna forget that that's how this whole thing got started on the prices, and everybody's following suit? Okay, shit. Amazon, Walmart, like all the top, all the rich folks that's on top right now are all making more money, profit margins bigger than they've ever made in world history, proving that just with the profit margin, not just that they're making profits, but their profit margins are so large that they really never had to change the prices on things. They're just doing it because they can.
Right, yeah, that's true. And then the correlation that I see between that is that during COVID, this whole thing, and it's not even over yet. People are saying, "Oh, it's dead and it's gone." Okay, well, show me, because I've seen mass amounts of people getting the virus, and then still,
Well, nobody.
People want to get out more. That's what I'm saying. People want to get out more. People want to travel because there was such a restriction and a lockdown.
Well, look, you got to really listen to these words. It's key. It's on us to really pay attention to the actual words that's being said, because nobody said that COVID was over. People, they've definitely said that the pandemic is over. Does it mean that there's not epidemics going on?
Shanghai's on lock and still on lockdown. Last I heard.
yes, this is not a pan. It just means that across the world, everything connected can, is being affected. Now, are there epidemics in different areas where it's still a problem? Yes, very much so. So you really have to pay attention to the wording because that could be misleading in many ways. The pandemic is over because not everybody in the world is totally being affected by this virus or this you know whatever this issue that we're talking about, but that changes from a pandemic to singled out epidemics because like you just said, in China it is they're hiding a lot of the stuff that's going on. They're trying to hide it, but there's millions of people that's on lockdown.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we covered some about Shanghai the other day. Because they were beating people and throwing people on buses and being all rough and shit.
Whooping ass. People, they got seals on people's doors, like it's like they're not bolted down in their homes. They're not bolted down, but they got seals on their door that if they leave and they show that they that piece of paper or whatever it is that they put on their door has been ripped. Oh shit, you get ready for your ass whooping. So, bro, it's still going down. And of course, China's trying to hide it because, they're trying to seem like they were the leaders. They had the least amount of cases and deaths and all this type of stuff. Kind of something that we would have done if if they could get away with it here in America. That's probably what they would do. So, and that's one of the reasons why we gotta be careful. I mean, some Americans would be happy that they could do that type of thing right here in America. But that's why we have to be really careful that if we want to continue to be somewhat self-governing or like to where we the people are the majority and we can have our own freedoms. We got to really we got to be careful that we don't allow these people to somehow create a whole new government under our nose.
Wow. He said it's totalitarian tiptoe.
Well, that's what I mean. If you're not paying attention, that's what they're trying to do. Like the way that like they're testing the waters. But I mean, there's certain things that has already sent us in a direction where it could totally go there. But I mean, because there's enough of us that it's like, hell no, you're not. What I'm saying, like, look, I can control that on my own. I'm gonna do. What I'm saying, like, I don't need you to tell me to to wear a mask or do this or do that. And if I do, if I don't, you wear your. What I'm saying, like when you little things like you don't like people don't realize how close the smallest decision that you allow somebody to make for you really changes the whole dynamic of y'all relationship. You got a girlfriend that's trying to boss you around. Y'all get married, locks it in. Well, you used to let me do that. And now you're going through a divorce because you done got fed up with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't like it's gotta be careful on every move that we make, truly. Like the job never ends. It never ends, and especially in politics, because as they getting up and going in and discussing, legislations and how they can do this or do that and whatever. They're getting up and doing that shit every day. So you need to be just as aware of what they're working on, so that a year don't pass, 2 years, 5 years don't pass without you realizing that, oh, wait a minute, that what law? You know, like when did they do that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you need to be up to on pace with what they're doing as they're doing it.
I mean, there's so many laws that's not people between work, family, and home. That's not feasibly possible or mathematic. No, it's not.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this. There are ways, but I mean, you know, if now if you don't, you know, because maybe you don't know about every single law. Maybe you don't hear about exactly when it happens. But when you hear people complaining about something, you might want to hear them out because maybe you don't understand the depths of it. You know, you think, oh well, that don't affect you right here, right now.
Well, that's what I was about to say. The businesses and all the communities, they be knowing about the laws right away. They have to.
Because I mean they're in tune. I mean, there's a lot of times like we're too busy worrying. You know, like we got one thing that bothers us, and that's the only thing we worry about. You know what? You know what I'm saying?
Because if the law changes from one day to the next, it can affect your operating, you know, how your business operates. So, you know, and then they could come in and fine you or whatever the hell it is. You don't want problems. So you and the biggest companies are going to have lawyers that just sit there and fucking just do that.
Yeah. I mean,
make sure everything they do is legal all the time.
Look, bro, I didn't realize something I found out. It's been about 2 or 3 months that this happened, but right here in the trucking field, I didn't realize that they gave me like I could do my 30-minute break on duty now. Like that's something that changed where like I can just sit, you know, like while I'm, you know, fueling up, I'm on duty fueling up and just kind of checking around my truck doing a mid trip or something like that. And I don't have to go park and go off duty. Now I can just stay on duty for those 30 minutes and drive the rest of the day without, you know, having to change. Yeah, I don't ever have to go off duty during my shift.
That's why
they changed that shit quite a few years ago too.
No, that ain't been no few years ago.
Yeah, I've been doing that shit since 2018, bro. They changed that back. That legislation changed back in like 2016.
Man, please.
I'm
tell
not
me
bullshitting.
I thought this was something that started this year.
No, bro, that's because you remember when Pelosi now, when Obama now was in the office, they made it to where you could only do a 34-hour reset. You remember how you could just continue to do multiple 34-hour resets? Well, your 34, remember they changed it to where your 34-hour reset had to be between the hours of 1 and 5 a.m., right? When you had to go off duty, and it could only be done once a week.
Now I remember that.
And that's when they implemented that everybody had to do a mandatory 30-minute after 8 hours of on-duty time. You had to do a mandatory 30-minute break off duty.
Yeah, before the 8 hours.
Yeah, before. Yeah, well, they changed that back in like 2016, 2017, where you could do your 34 whenever, and you didn't have to go off duty because matter of fact, I was doing that shit back in 2019. You might want to check
that now, bro.
2019, 2020.
Say bro, no, it has not been that long. I promise you. Say bro, like I done going into violation because of something like that. So if that was the case, I would have, you know, like I would have never gotten any violation warnings or anything like that if I had, you know.
But see, this shows the benefit of having like I say, those big companies. The bigger they are, they got more lawyers to do that. But you have a guy that just makes sure all your shit is legit all the time. Make sure all your fucking, you know, all your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. You know, some guy to check through your shit. You
I
know?
want to say it was back. I want to say it was back in 2019, Pat. To be honest, I said 2016. That was exaggerating, but I want to say it's like back in 2019
Yeah,
because
it
we
could.
were
Cause
able
I
to do
was.
it on duty back in late 2019, if I'm not mistaken. It was before we knew that the pandemic had hit us. I know that. So that was like 2019. Yeah, because I remember when our safety. Matter of fact, I still had my truck at the time.
All right. Well, I'm gonna look that up because to see exactly when that changed because I don't think it's really been that long ago. And I mean, if you right, I'm gonna be like, damn, bro, you ain't lying because that makes it even worse that I'm just finding it out just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, because you're losing money, and that's what I'm saying. That's how they save money. That's how they make money. That's it costs money to make money, right? But damn, why them lawyers got to cost so damn much?
Yeah, because I don't go off like me and my co-driver could see with the way
Because you don't trust
my
yourself.
pay is structured. Yeah, the way my pay is structured is we get paid mileage and hourly. So I'm never off duty. You know what I'm saying? The only time I go off duty is when I go to I go sleeper berth. It's for my sleeper for 10-hour break. That's it. Other than that, I stay on duty or drive the whole time. And when I
Well,
get
yeah.
to, go ahead,
Well,
my bad.
yeah. No, I would just say, yeah, I usually do sleeper because I'm usually hauling hazmat, and you can't really be off duty like that. I mean, you can go off duty, but at the same time, like sleeper berth shows that you're still with the truck off
Wait,
duty because
let me ask, dude. So I don't understand, bro. So you could drive for 12 hours?
No, 11.
Damn, I don't think that's
But
right, bro. I don't think that's safe on
you
the
don't
safe
have to
side.
drive that long, but you can. Well, I mean, you have an 11-hour period, but you got 14 hours that they give you each day to work. Now you can
yeah,
work beyond that 14 hours. You just can't drive beyond your 11. Once your 11 is done, you're done.
yeah,
Yeah,
or you're in violation.
yeah.
But yeah, cause see that's the thing. It's another. They call it your hours of first. So if you see HOS, that's hours of service, and that's 11 hours of drive time within a 14-hour period. So that's your 11 to 14. Unless you working um inside the state, you never leave the state because those are interstate rules that I just gave. But in different states, it can be different. Like in the state of Texas, if you run intra-state, if you do intra-state, you actually can do 12 and 15. Unless some of that, because I used when I was running crude oil, I was mostly inside the state, so I could run 12 hours out of the day. I still had to take a 30-minute break within those 12. Within before the 8-hour window. But I could actually run 12, 8, 12 hours out of 15, and I would have to take at least an 8-hour break, 8 hour, sleep for 8 hours, or take off for at least 8 hours, and I can start driving again. But
Well, let me ask you this, Deuce. Well, what's the point of the co-driver? Because I thought that's the reason why you needed another driver with you, is so that you could
No,
switch
that
off every, I
that
don't know, 5 hours
the
or
reason
whatever.
the reason why we have co-drivers over here doing what I do is because with the process in which it takes to offload this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like I can go to Dallas, leave Houston and go up to Dallas and have 2 deliveries and won't make it back to Houston. You know what I'm saying? And then you think about it, the truck never really stops. So they don't really want liquid hydrogen being parked in a truck stop, so we never stop. So I drive my shift. I work a 12-hour shift. You know what I'm saying? We do 12-hour shifts, so we do 5 to 5. You know what I'm saying? And then when I get done at 5 a.m., he gets up, what I'm saying, gets himself together. I post trip the truck, he pre-trip the truck, we get in, and he go ahead and roll. He continues on. You know what I'm saying? Because you think if I was a solo driver, like where I'm going right now, it from our plant up here is 885 miles. I couldn't legally do that in one shift. So I would only be able to go so far, stop, sleep for 10 hours, and then get back up with a, after my 10-hour break and then go make that delivery as opposed to being able with us doing it this way. When my time is up, he'll have about 200 miles left to drive to the customer.
And he does the unload and all this other stuff on his shift.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
So
And it
y'all
flip-flops
always
back and
got
forth.
y'all always got stuff in the tank. When do y'all fill up?
No, well, we have I got 2 deliveries. Each one of these customers, like this tank that I got right now holds 1.6 million cubic foot. So I'll end up putting half at one customer, the other half at the other customer, and then the tank will be empty. Then we'll drive back down to Houston to LaPorte, drop this empty tank. They'll have one loaded there at our plant, and we'll pick up that loaded one and go wherever else they need us to go.
I ain't gonna lie, that shit's interesting, but I'm glad I don't do none of that type of shit no more.
You like that sounds too much like work. You over there working and shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, aristocrat over here.
I mean, you earn your money here, but the the bad the bad thing about my job is that I'm out in the element. So when I have to unload, I don't really unload if it's raining or lightning because I'm hauling liquid hydrogen. So the static electricity in the air could cause it to spark. So if it's lightning, thunderstorm, I wait till it pass over. However long that takes for it to pass over, then I unload.
Yeah.
But and we're not really out there unloading. And if if it's a blizzard, but I do be out there unloading if it's cold outside or if it's hot outside.
Do you have a what they call it, like a ground?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ground we ground off the trailer before we hook up. Yeah. It's really not that bad, bro. Like I'll be honest with you, it's not that bad. As long as you respect it, you ground off. You don't ever blow down real quick. You make sure everything is froze over before you start venting off or anything like that. Because if that pipe is frozen over, there's a little less likely of there to be static electricity surrounding that pipe because it's frozen.
Yeah.
God damn it.
So it's pretty cool job, man. It's pretty cool.
It don't sound much different from when I did crude oil.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, I mean, there's never any potential for freezing, but just as far as the process, you get in there, you're hooking up, like some, of course, some places I get to, they'll suck the product off, but then some places I go to, I gotta pump it off or pump it on, or vice versa. You gotta make sure you ground it and all that kind of stuff, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. When you did that crude oil, you had that Scully system on the side of your trailer, huh?
Well, yeah, it depends on, because I mean, different trailers. Because I mean, yeah, I mean, the newer ones, yeah. Some of the older ones, it was just all like everything pretty much done inside the truck. The what you call the shit? What's the name of that damn
Oh, you talking about your PTO?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
My screen's acting weird. I'm gonna refresh. I'll be right back, y'all.
yeah.
but yeah, man, it's cool, bro. It's like with what I do, we don't unload with a pump or nothing. we have pressure building coils underneath the trailer. So what we do is we open up our emergency valve, and that allows liquid to flow out. And then we have what they call a number 42 valve and a 10 valve. So we open up the 10 sends liquid down to the pressure building coils, and then the 42 allows the gas to come back into the tank, which builds pressure. So we send the liquid to the pressure building coils because the liquid is at a negative 427 degrees below zero. The atmospheric temperature is so much warmer. What it does is the liquid goes into the pressure building coils, it turns into a gas, and then it goes back into the tank, and that's how we build the pressure blanket to push the liquid out.
Does the weight change based on the like, I mean, because you're saying like with the frozen and liquid states that it's in, does it change the weight of the product at any time?
Oh no, it's always even when I say frozen, I'm talking about like the pipe, because you know the piping is gonna freeze up, gonna get ice on it because the liquid's so cold. But no, the liquid stays in a liquid state the whole time. The only it's never solid. Yeah, it always stays in a liquid state the entire time.
Yeah, that's the part that kind of confused me, because I'm just like, okay, so if you got the piping where it's, you know, freezing up or whatever, how are you actually moving the product? You know what I'm saying? Like, but
yeah. See, what it is the liquid, because it stays. These trailers are like triple insulated, right? You got the inner vessel, and then you got two other outer vessel, you know, the outer core, but it stays in liquid form the whole time.
And you got the little vapor that's steadily breathing off stuff in the back, at the back top of the thing. That's one.
Nah, not my trailer. Not my trailer. The only trailers that do that are atmospheric gas trailers. The trailers that are hauling atmospheric liquid, like the nitrogen and the oxygen and argon. Those trailers have what they call a road relief valve, where they could vent, where venting is normal for them. My trailer, you don't want shit to vent on this trailer. If I'm going down the highway and it starts venting, buddy, you'll have a flame blowing out the back of that motherfucker that you can't see. You'll just feel the heat off of that motherfucker. Yeah, that shit burn at 4,700 degrees, bro.
Let me change the subject. We was talking about when I was playing the Jimmy Dore video. We talked a bit about the book 1984, and I was talking to somebody at work about that, and they mentioned this one, The Giver, and I don't really know what it is, and I wanted to check it out because they said it was related. So let's check this out together.
All right.
From great suffering came a solution. Communities.
Injected.
Serene, beautiful places where disorder became harmony.
Do you know how to fly those?
Absolutely. Do you get to fly to the edge?
Oh, yeah.
What's past there?
Don't know. We're not allowed to fly past that.
Let's go.
It's against the rules, Jonas.
They're called books.
Hello. My name.
I know who you are.
Who are you?
The Giver. When the elders need guidance, I provide wisdom using memories of the past. Our world is different. There was more.
More?
Much more.
Right.
You'll see them all in time. All colors, all differences. Our people chose to do away with emotions. Those morning injections take them away.
And people have the freedom to choose. They choose wrong.
Tomorrow morning, skip your injection. I've been doing it for months. What do you feel?
He's not usually like this. I'm surprised you're not more worried about him. I would be. Bring up Jonas's activity.
He's inquisitive.
You should know better than anyone.
The way things look and the way things are very different. Watch.
That's my father.
There is no way for me to prepare you of the truth.
He killed him.
The young and the old are killed.
For the good of all of us.
There are things you don't know.
You're scaring me.
Go back to your family unit. It isn't my family, and neither is yours.
Jonas has become dangerous.
I know that there's something more. Something that has been stolen.
Comfortable?
Jonas,
There has to be a way to show them.
you can stop this. You can change things.
I want you to find him. And then I want you to lose him.
Pretty cool.
Why
That
they
lady,
said what's the name of that movie?
it's called
The
The
Giver.
Giver.
Yeah, I got to
Yeah.
see that.
Hey, can y'all tell her to
2014.
stop whispering? When a
Huh?
woman whisper, I say, can y'all
It's
tell her to
scary.
stop whispering? Because when a woman whisper in my ear, hey, that bitch could be finna kill me. That shit turn me on.
I know. It's either really sexy or scary. There's no in between. Yeah. So yeah, Meryl Streep, 2014. So, but look, that lady in the movie could totally be that lady from the freaking
She looks just
de-
like her, bro.
Department of whatever that they just
Department
made
of
up.
Homeland Security, yeah.
Yeah.
CHS.
Yeah. You said there's no in between. Sometimes like, hey, I got gas. Yeah.
God damn. I don't even announce it. I just start romping them motherfuckers. Come from underneath that cover real quick. You nasty motherfucker.
The conversation just went shitty. The from the trailer though, it was interesting, right? The part where they said they took this injection to make them not have emotions, and how the people, they said if people have the choice to choose, they choose badly or whatever, like, and like
Well, that's basically what the government is telling you now. That's what this administration is saying. That government knows
You
best.
need them. Yeah, you need them to think for you.
Yeah.
And you like that the whole like look, there's so many people saying different things. You really don't understand any of it. So I'm gonna tell you what part of this you need to listen to and you know what and also what not to listen to. So I mean it's really like I mean the movies really will tell you exactly what's happening in our world if you pay enough attention. It's not just a movie. Most of it is filled with symbolic gestures or direct messages.
Mm-hmm.
So hey,
Yeah.
let me
This
read
shit
some
is crazy,
comments. Let me read some comments under. These are comments underneath that trailer. One person says, I watched The Giver last night and I still can't explain the emotions I felt while grasping its depth. I had no idea about the story of this movie since I haven't read the book, but it turned out to be unexpectedly brilliant. The actors, especially Meryl Streep, was so effective. The cinematography was amazing. I love the idea that the film moved slowly from glossy black and white into muted and then saturated color. I don't want to give spoilers, but it made the film mind-blowing. What else they say? In addition, I love the soundtrack, One Republic's Ordinary Human. Overall, the movie was visually stunning and orgasmic and must watch. I'm looking forward to seeing. That sounds like somebody
orgasmic.
yeah, it sounds like somebody they paid to. That sounds like a paid freaking
Yeah,
ad.
that's for real. But I mean, some average people really do talk like that. So I mean, it's kind of hard to say.
I'm looking for a comment that breaks it
I mean,
down.
if you really call them average people, but like unpaid people actually do make these type of comments on.
I never heard of this. They said it's a book. Like everybody is saying they read it and they read it in elementary school and shit, like middle school or some shit. But I never heard of this book.
They might have went to private schools because I've never heard this either. And is the book named the same thing?
Yes, same title. Yeah. So it was like it seems like it's like a. It seems like it's a young adult story. So it's like a.
I was planning to come
preteen.
on. I was planning to come on with my laptop and everything
I don't
tonight,
remember
but the weather is bad out here, so I didn't leave my truck. So I could look it up otherwise, but.
So you got caught. You got caught in that rainstorm that went through Texas.
Texas.
I know it went through Texas, at least Texas.
Boy, do you know how far I'm far from Texas?
So it stretched. It was a band that stretched over.
I guess if it's the same band, but shoot, when I left Texas, I went straight to Michigan. Like now, I'm in Indianapolis.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I don't remember that. We didn't read that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
No. You good. I was kind of halfway between a thought and saying it, but ain't no biggie.
The class was that what is it called? The purple book, the Kill a Mockingbird, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, To Kill a Mockingbird. I remember that one. They gave that one to me in
Huckleberry Finn,
middle
whatever that shit
school
was
or
called.
elementary. I remember reading that book in school. Yeah.
Well, we also got to think about too. I mean, what our demographics. What they think is important for us and important for others, and that very scenario plays out all the time to where, well, these people might not get it, but we'll give them this is what we're going to teach over here, and then teach something totally different. It could be in the same town, you know what I'm saying? They don't need us to really be aware of all of that or be concerned with this, because they got to be worried about that. We're going to teach them this thing. But
yeah. Freaking, I ain't gonna lie, I'm tired. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go. I didn't get much sleep last night.
Did you do a double shift today?
Yep, I did. I worked all day today.
Ooh. Today was a short day for me, man. Like usually this is the weekend is when I'm busting my ass for real. But shit, I had not even a half a day today, and I'm off all day tomorrow. They had some shit loads coming out of Michigan. But I took whatever I could to get out of there so that I can be in a better position for the week.
Can y'all hear that? Am I distracting y'all?
What's that?
I was wondering, could y'all hear what I was doing right now?
I just hear you tapping that space bar like it's gonna run away.
Yeah, that always means I'm doing shit because the way I use it, anyways. That's me clicking. Every time you hear that, it's me clicking. Click, 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 click. Me fucking with shit. Transhumanism. I want to play a little bit of this.
Welcome to the world of tomorrow.
First things first. This is an educational program. So let's start by learning what transhumanism actually is. A rough description would be, it's the philosophical study of technology that might enable us to go beyond current human limitations. Transhumanist philosophers write about medicine and cognitive enhancement, genetic engineering, cloning, artificial intelligence, uploading your mind into a computer. The Oxford Online Dictionary defines transhumanism as I have merged my consciousness with the online dictionary and evolved beyond the need for puny human definitions. Millions of years before Homo sapiens evolved, earlier hominins like Homo habilis were using stone tools. The Neanderthals had primitive technology like clothing, weapons, and the iPod Nano. The two really big technologies, language and fire, were around before us and indeed shaped our evolution. In a very real sense, we've always been technologically augmented. So transhumanists just ask, how far can we push it?
So before she goes on, the reason why I played this video is because I was thinking about this, and when we was talking about evolving into like being partially robotic, like the Borg, like from Star Trek, and a lot of people feel like that's just kind of like the natural progression of things, like that's just like inevitable. You know what I'm saying? Because you already have people with they lose a leg or they lose an arm or whatever, and we have the bionic arms already and legs and limbs and shit already. So what about in the future when they're able to like kind of like Jax? I play Mortal Kombat a lot. Some guy get his arms ripped off and then he gets damn upgraded as arms put in. That's way better than the other ones and got powers and missiles and shit in them. Like in Spider-Man when the guy, he was real smart and he attached them damn wings to his back. Dr. Octagon.
Yeah. You know, I definitely have an appreciation for technology and progression of the slow progressions of technologies or whatever. But I think that there's just like in anything, there's a danger to actually going too far with it. And I think that that's one of the things with humans. I mean, because everybody's what you say, let's just say like anybody can somewhat have an addiction, whether it's food or alcohol or drugs or and I think for some people it's technology, and there's an insatiable appetite that some people get on with each degree, each one of these different things that I just mentioned, and probably things that I haven't mentioned, that it can really be dangerous for us overall. Because I mean,
because the day they come out with the chip that can go into your head or something, so you don't even have to use your phone and you could just see it. It'd be like maybe it's some contacts or something, and the day they come out with that, how many people you think gonna be in line for that?
It's gonna be quite a bit. I mean, it's gonna be just like the lines for Jordans. I mean, it's gonna be a small segment to overall of all humans. It'll be a small percentage, but I mean that will be a thing for a good group of people. You know what I'm saying? Of course, it's only going to be so much on the rollout, and then they'll continue to sell, or as other people decide, oh, it's available, and go get it. But like the thing about that is do they like the average person really know or has considered the true dangers? Because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that could be the first day of the end of your life.
Yes. So the argument is when we'll no longer be human anymore. Because like if you look at the Star Trek and you look at the Borg, it didn't seem like the Borg were human. If anybody saw Star Trek and know what I'm talking about.
Well, I don't think that's because I mean what we're calling human, because I mean we're talking about a state of consciousness.
And there goes the argument. There goes the argument, because people that are going to go through this transhumanism that you feel, against or whatever, are going to still argue that they're human. You know, because
Well,
their spirit is there.
but I mean, dude, because I mean, my thing is, does it does it bring you into a different world mentally, consciously, where yeah, you might be here in this world unconsciously, you know, or just like with no, like you know, you are you gonna become a vegetable and you really only exist in the mind of a computer, or like you know, does that somehow upgrade your fat ass into a skinny person? Like you know, like
And it begins with this I identify as a bumblebee. And because I was saying to somebody, because we talked about this a bit, but like I have the argument with my daughter, and I'm like, look, what if I dress up as a bumblebee and I buzz around and I be like, I'm a bumblebee. Bzzz. And
yeah,
then,
people
and
go.
can you sympathize with me identifying as a bumblebee? And
Well,
she's
you
like,
know,
Like, nah, that
that's
motherfucker crazy.
ridiculous. She's
but
like, that's ridiculous, Dad. And I'm like, exactly.
but see, but that's the thing. Like, I mean, I'm glad you used that example because, I mean, you know, regardless of what you think you are in your head, everybody else that has some common sense, some people will play along with you. Like, well, you need to go get us some honey, fucker. You know what I'm saying? You know, get on your job and pollinate these fucking flowers. You know what I'm saying?
I would be the
But
motherfucker that'll do that shit. Like, egg,
Yeah,
let's
that
egg this
sounds like
motherfucker
you.
out.
That sounds like dudes. Like he gonna just roll with it. Like, okay. 'Cause in his mind, he thinking this nigga crazy, but let's roll with this. This gonna be funny.
yeah, it's gonna be fun, and people gonna have like like I would be entertained by your crazy ass too. So it's like, you know, you can go but see, the only way that really will play out in a different way is when you interacted with the computers, the whole meta and the multiverse, as some people may say, because yeah, your body might, you know, because you're young and your body's still in good condition or whatever, you know, you might still exist here in, you know, the physical world, but it's more so to attract you to that other world, the uh, video, you know, interactive type of world where, you know, you have these what is shit when you the person that you design on these different games, avatars.
Avatar.
Yeah, so you know, that's where you'll have the most life in existence, because shit, you can jump from one game to another and as this and as that, and you know, pretend like you can actually have you know, a be the bee in the game, you know, like you can, you know what I'm saying, like, but in the real world, you know, you have no real existence, and that's really what they're hoping. Like, I think that, you know, the people at the top really want to be able to, you know, control, like, you can have any existence that you want, but you know, in their world that they've created, that where they're God, and in the real world you are nothing and you have nothing.
Man, that's heavy because this is a spiritual thing, and that's what people be saying. It's a spiritual war, and that's why, you know, religious people tend to hop on this kind of thing, you know, and so like it's happening on two different planes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Damn, I wish that nigga Brendan was here because this is a good topic right here. Let me play a little bit more of this. This is good. They're gonna talk about what is the philosophy of transhumanism.
Transhumanists want to apply technology to overcome limits imposed by our biological and genetic heritage. Transhumanists regard human nature not as an end in itself, not as perfect, and not as having any claim on our allegiance. Rather, it is just one point along an evolutionary pathway, and we can learn to reshape our own nature in ways we deem desirable and valuable. By thoughtfully, carefully and yet boldly applying technology to ourselves, we can become something no longer accurately described as human. We can become post-human.
What do y'all think about that?
I mean, she said it. I mean, you're the existing of you're the existence of the end of humanism, like that, like you're transferring your body, like your mind out of your body into something else, so
Because if
that
it says
the human
post-human, that if we I ain't
that's
no
after.
English expert. I'm not an English expert, but post mean after, like that sounds like no longer human, not a
Yeah,
human no more,
exactly. I mean,
not
and I mean,
human.
I think that it is like it says exactly, and I think some people will get confused with it and thinking like, oh, this is some cute, some cute shit. But if you really value, life, that's something that you're gonna really like, because like even now, like going into the metaverse is got to be done with caution. You know what I'm saying? Because it can entrap you in so many ways. VR, like people are injuring themselves because they done got so into a game. Shit, people falling down the steps, the stairs, running into closet doors, and I mean, I'm talking about messing themselves up
Yeah,
because it feels so real, like they've gotten so interjected into that world. So just think if they put a chip in your head where you don't even have control when you're in or out of that game or that
it would
world.
be like the Matrix and Mr. Smith plugging into your damn system and you
Your
know what I'm
body
saying?
being trapped in some capsule, and you know shit, you think that you're 25, and shit, you really not, like now you're 95 when you come out of the game or whatever, like 60,
Because
50, however many years go by without you really realizing
that's how it
what's
was in that movie The Giver, because they was telling me about it, and it's like they was living in a fake world. Everything was fake, even like their family and shit. It was like the Truman Show, and
Mhm.
only like one person could know that things was real, or about the real world or whatever. Like everybody lived in this like bubble, and it
because
said it didn't even
somebody's
have.
got to control the narrative. Somebody has to kind of redirect things so that, because I mean somebody could accidentally find out all the truth, just if it's not steadily being controlled. So there's going to be somebody that's going to control the narrative, just like what they're doing trying to do in the real world.
Because in this story they didn't even have sunlight, and they controlled like what the days was, just like you saying. You don't know how old you are, you don't even know what year it is. Like that's another part of the Matrix. When I first saw the Matrix, one of the lines that stuck out to
What
me, the
makes
first
that any
Matrix,
different than
that's my point.
living in now? Because
that's
me and
that's what
my daughter and I was having this commercial. My daughter and I was having this
like what year
conversation,
is it?
and she was, my daughter and I, yeah, we were having this very conversation, bro, and it came about because of her. She came to me and she's like, "Dad, have you ever thought about that? What if the government is in control of this, and what if you never really go to another country? It's all just one world. And what if when you fly, you're really not flying?" She's
Well,
like, "What if they control night and day? If they control this, they control." I was like, "Man, you know what?" I say, "You own to something, because I mean, how do we truly know? We were born and we were taught one way, and then they have these people that are scientists that say, okay, this is the world and this is that. But if you think about it, you there's only so much you can do and so much you can know, right?
yeah,
Before you tread in the territory where now they have to shut you up or do this or do that to you.
Because you're crazy. Because now you
Yeah.
know what's really the real world. But before we take it too far, let's just bring it back a bit to the date. You know what I'm saying? Like I say
that's
in
what
the
I was about.
Matrix, In the Matrix, they was like, what date? No, Neo asked him. He said, "What year is it?" And Morpheus was like, "Shit, no one knows." He said,
Yeah.
we think it's the year such and such and such." You know,
Well, I live in the paradigm of two different years because I have an indigenous date years in which I was born and what year I live in now, and also based on uh, our current structure of what the year and date is based on what everybody else calculates. Because I mean, a lot of things have changed.
even the let me
Based
jump in. Let me jump in on that because they in the academics now, it's not proper to say what is it, before Christ and after Christ. You know how like they did the dates BCAC. So it's like
BC and AD. Yeah.
yeah, it's now it's like what is it, BCE and
The Common Era. Yeah,
com,
before the Common Era, and um
and CE, which is common
it
era, or
is,
some
which
some
is
shit
common.
like
But you
some.
know,
Yeah.
it's crazy that they don't. It's crazy that they don't teach you. Like that. That's not even a part of our curriculum. To even know what truly the meaning of a paradigm shift. Like they don't really put that out there for you. Like they don't give you a picture with a rabbit on there and tell you to look beyond it, or shift the paper this way and you'll see that it's really a duck and it's not a rabbit. You know what
Be-
I'm saying?
because just
Like
think about the idea of them changing that BCE and shit, right? So it's like our whole calendar is set up on this when Christ.
Because what did BC stand for before?
It was Christ, the birth of Christ,
Before Christ, yeah. And
the,
then AD was,
after the death of Christ.
yeah, Anno Domini, so I don't know some, but yeah, or depending
So
on
then
what
they
language.
separate time between before Christ was here and after Christ was here, basically. So
Yes,
and so the time counts goes backwards when you going before Christ, because it's
and,
counting up to the point of zero, and then it starts at zero and goes to one.
but and when did that whole paradigm begin? Because like you already into like when the idea of Christ came about was in the 300, like in the fourth century, like 325 or 85, when all the like the beginning of the thought process of Jesus
So
began.
so that leads to the question of what was the dates? What did the people think that the date was before they came up with that stuff? Before Christ or whatever, because there was people here.
Yeah, well, I mean, during that time, nobody cared about time like that. As far as
Uh,
years, they might calculate days as far as like the hours in a day, how
No,
much
I
time
don't
people.
think that's true at all. That's not
What?
true at all. The
What?
Native Americans, the Mayans, all of them had
No,
the
no,
Arabics people. They had calendars. The Chinese people.
no. We've always no. Bro, we got calendars go back octillion years.
Yeah.
So no, I know it. I know that it mattered, but I'm saying like to the average everyday person that was, because I mean this is something that they had to slowly change with different people because, all right, for us it's the year 15,108,
Mm.
the indigenous people of America.
So that's what's crazy. So that's what I want people to think about. Okay, just without going too far into this, because we were talking about The Giver and 1984 and Truman Day. I mean the Truman Show and all of that. But without going too far into it, just to begin to open your mind on what date is it? Can anybody because
Fifteen
there's a
thousand one
video.
hundred eight.
Well, can anybody, say it? Sure. You know what I mean? I'm sure somebody will argue with you on that date that you have.
Well, I mean, over time, I mean, we got to realize that, I mean, um, they've been calculating, for millions and millions because I mean, they're talking about octillion like codexes in Mexico that goes back 8 there's like uh, I forget how many octillion years it was, but I mean you go from million to a billion to trillion, sextillions. Like these are times 1,000 every time you hit it.
My brain
Like
can't handle that.
that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I just like okay, look, just every time we get it because we hadn't even got to octillion yet. So and
Nah, I
then it's
can't.
and it's multiple octillions. It's
Yeah,
not
my brain.
just one octillion. There was quite a few octillion years that the codexes go back. So it's like okay, with that being the case, I mean this same thing has changed many millions of times. Like there's no day, there's nothing that like there's no time, no place where there was no type of time, where people didn't exist calculating time.
Yeah, so like I say, so like it's crazy though. What year is it? Just that alone will send you down the rabbit hole. Let me
Yeah.
play let me play a little bit more of this video and I'm gonna be right back.
Here's a little example so you can get a taste. The philosopher David de Grazia imagines a woman called Marina who has anxieties and insecurities and is unhappy in herself. Marina wants to take the antidepressant Prozac because she's heard it can make people more confident, even if they don't have a mental illness. So she wants to use a drug, which is a kind of edible technology, to transform herself and go beyond her limitations. De Grazia asks, what do we think here? Is it okay? Is she still the same person afterwards? And what he's really getting at is, what is your authentic self? Marina decides that her insecurities are not a core part of who she is. They're actually getting in the way of who she is. We might say she does not identify with those feelings, so she uses technology to get rid of them. De Grazia says that means the self, the human subject, is not fixed and given to us, but that actually self-creation is part of what we do. Wow. What an amazing, hypothetical
Idea.
science fiction scenario. The point is, transhumanist philosophers think not just about the technology of tomorrow, but also what technology could tell us about ourselves today. Modern transhumanism got going in the 1990s, when the economy existed and it wasn't uncomfortable to talk about how you like Harry Potter. And reflecting that era, a lot of transhumanist writing is quite optimistic. It's refreshing, almost quaint to.
I have to say, I love this costume that she came on to present this idea to us in.
That's her thing, like her channel. If you check her channel out, and it's really weird because she does this on purpose. She wears these outrageous, and she just looks outrageous, but it's because she be talking about these boring, type of topics. Like it's really, she's an academic, and so this is her niche, or this is her shtick, if you will.
It's beautiful. It's all
It works.
Bro.
It works.
Bro, it does. I really like it though. That's what I'm saying. Like I gotta give her credit because this is very creative, and I think it, kind of puts you in a certain mind state of the subject. You know what I'm saying?
Her channel gets a lot of views. She's a really big channel, and so she's talking about transhumanism, and look at her outfit. So it's like
it's fucking balloon. Okay, a balloon vest. I don't know, whatever. But man, I think this could be, for some like it. I hate to shit on something that for some people might be good because like some people who are living, don't have much of a life, like they don't really know how to deal with people in this world and like find alternative spaces within their own paradigms they're able to create for themselves that might be an answer for them. Not being, because it really sounds like uh, um, you know, she's saying that she, like the example said, the girl given, like she's being limited of what she can do because her mind really says she should be doing something more. I feel a little sympathetic to that, because for some people, like, I mean, we're all trapped in this prison. You know what I'm saying? But are we moving from one prison to another? That's where I, you know, have an issue.
Well,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
definitely well, let me say this, because we be joking about the transgenders a lot, but I definitely sympathize with the person that feels like they're a man trapped in a woman's body, or they're a woman trapped in a man's
Yeah.
body.
Well, and I get that, but like I was very specific the other day about, how I felt about it, because I mean, I get it, but let's not change science so that you feel better. Just, like, let's really just, let's just be honest about it, because it makes you feel better if you can say that you're this, or if you can say you're that. Okay, look, yes, you have some confusing feelings, and maybe a world like this would be better for them, because they can change to whatever they feel like, whatever day they feel like it. You know what I'm saying? If their consciousness allows them, they can create their avatar for them to go in there and you know be whatever they decide for that day. Like, that would help. I would assume that would give them a sense of peace. But there are certain laws of this world that will never change regardless of what your feelings are.
Uh,
That's
what you say, Deuce? What you think about this lady? The stuff that she's saying in this video.
Man, this shit, I ain't gonna lie, this shit kind of like blowing my mind, to be honest with you. It's just, but like, just to kind of pick from what Pat is saying, like, I feel like for some people it would work. You have people that literally their confidence level or their anxiety levels cause them not to be able to function in society. Like, there's children that are born that way, that are socially awkward. They don't know how to have a conversation, or look you in the eye as they're talking to you. Like, so I can see this working for some, but I also feel like, that being created, or we're on that part of technology, could be very dangerous as well, because how do we know how they're going to use that? Is it something that they're going to try to make a mandate or demand upon people, like they did with in this past pandemic? Like, so I kind of have mixed feelings about it.
no. I mean, I don't think. I mean, especially with the way that the turnout on this very conversation that you're talking about. This recent. I don't think that they. I think they know that that would be a hard thing for them to accomplish without force. And I think that there's a lot of people that will just go in and be totally immersed and happy, and will gladly do it. I've talked to a few people who've already said, like, it's a bunch of young people that it's like, this is some cool shit, and they can't wait to try it. They want it. And of course there's others that's just like, yeah, they can have that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I heard
Like
them talking about this whole metaverse deal, and you can be, but the way they explained it, and from where I was hearing it, and it could have just been my perception of them talking about it. You still have to have money in order to exist in this metaverse world. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you could be driving a Lamborghini and have a mansion in the metaverse, but you're paying those mansion prices what you were paying. To me, I don't know. Maybe this a whole different thing of what y'all talking about, but You know.
Let me play some. Well, I think the point is to be a more sympathetic, to other ways of like lifestyles. Let me play some more of this.
Well, yeah. Well, let me just say this because I think this is something that could be more accepted on just with the transhumanism than it is with transgender or things like that, because most people look at the whole transgender thing as a perversion, where it's still something in these people, their minds or their biology, that's making them feel the way that they feel. But for this, it allows you to jump right into a whole nother world where it doesn't have anything to do with sex. It's just you going into a different state of existence. So I think that's why this could be something that people would jump on or be more open to, because it's not based around one type of idea, like just a sex. This is like an entire world where
Complete avatar.
yeah.
Stimulus near its hand, start firing when there's a stimulus near the end of the rake too. The monkey's brain extends its sense of the monkey body to include the tool. And now, here's the final step. The philosopher Bruno Latour says that when this happens, when the technology becomes transparent enough to get incorporated into our sense of self and our experience of the world, a new compound entity is formed. A person using a hammer is actually a new subject with its own way of seeing. Hammerman. That's how technology provides a framework for action and being. Rake plus monkey equals rake monkey. Makeup plus girl is makeup girl. And makeup girl experiences the world differently, has a different kind of subjectivity, because the tech lends us its way of seeing. You think guns don't kill people? People do. Well, gun plus man creates a new entity with new possibilities for experience and action.
Gunman.
Gunman.
Oh no, a gunman!
Oh, I'm gonna stab you.
How did you do that, Pat? You're a genius.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a great clip.
So, if we're on to something here, with this idea that tech can withdraw from our attention, and in so doing, create new subjects with new ways of seeing, then it makes sense to ask, when a new piece of technology comes along, what kind of people will this turn us into?
Great fucking question.
Be some scary, weird motherfuckers.
Thanks so
walking
much for
around
joining
here.
us.
Yeah.
But but my thing is, and my worry is that when because it sounds more like when than if, when this type of technology really takes place, I mean, will people still be running around thinking that they're, like their body is still moving around thinking that they're inside of this, wherever their mind is in a game, will they
I
still
think
be
the
running around?
scariest thing would be like what you were saying before, is if you don't even know when you're in and when you're out, because they could set up the world where you can be in it all the time, and there's rails everywhere or something. You know what I mean? Wherever you're going, you can you can still be in the virtual world and just like fumble around the real world at the same time.
Well, I hope it's just like this virtual world, and they're not really out here with the rest of the people that live in reality. Because what if you had this person that was like beat up all the time, and now all of a sudden they're like this bad guy, and they going and they living in this world and existing in reality, and they're doing harm to people.
Yeah,
Like,
beating people
listen,
up. Yeah.
But listen, I mean, like the movie The Matrix probably gives us a good idea of how something like that would be. Is like, because they had Neo and Morpheus, Trinity, all of them tied down to a chair with this thing in their fucking head, in the back of their head. And like, yeah, they're jolting, they're jumping around, like if something, they was really going through something
But really, they're just laying there in their chair.
they're really laying in the chair. So I mean, is it gonna be some university doing studies, and then people, like a group like 1,000 people, however many people that they have doing this experiment, are they all going to be contained to one place, or they have to be contained somewhere? Because that's the part that I'm saying. Like, I mean, you got people who's thinking they're in another world, and with their, like the chip in their head makes them feel they're somewhere else, but they're driving next to me in the car, or they're walking with me on the sidewalk.
And that would be so scary. And it's just like what you said earlier about the zombie apocalypse. And then, like, people, don't you feel like you're already around a bunch of zombies? How many people are already plugged in like that?
Exactly.
Bro, I just see I see this shit starting out on a study trial basis to people that want to do it, and then all of a sudden that shit is released like the Wuhan virus. Oh, it got out of the lab. And
Well,
now
I
these
mean,
motherfuckers are going crazy. Like,
but see, and that's another thing. Like, I mean, that could easily be a way to be able to send some people right into war. Like, like my thoughts of that whole thing being in your brain. Not only can they have the power to just send a jolt through your body and just, and kill you, but they could also trigger you to where you go out and you start killing people.
That's what I mean. Mr. Smith jumps into you and you become Mr. Smith. So whatever the state wants you to do, like, because somebody says something like, hey, this is not the real world. Let's find a way to get out of here. And then the person that's sitting next to you, it could be your wife, husband, best friend, they just get triggered and just like start bashing your head in, like, you know what I mean? Because then the state just jumped in and was like, nah, we can't even have people talking about that. And then they kill themselves after that because they don't even want them to have the memory of the shit. Like, they instead of like,
but they can send you on hits. I mean, they can like they could really control, because I mean, if you think about all of the satellites, like all the stuff that's like the Wi-Fi, all the different connections that people can run in and out of, all through
because we already know they could jump in and out of our computers and our phones for sure. So if you're connected to the internet mentally, then they could jump. Theoretically, you would think they could jump right into your freaking like subconscious.
Shit, both your conscious and subconscious. Like they will think for you. They will give you missions that you complete, and you think you're in a game, and you going through. You done went and killed your auntie, your uncles, your mama, your
It's
daddy.
so crazy because y'all remember Sims. Whenever I saw that Sims game. And I saw like it came out and people were really into it. And then when I was like, okay, well, everybody's playing this game. Let me see what it's all about. I checked it out. And then like the thought of it was like the God complex, And then it's like you're manipulating these people because it's boring as fuck. Like, it's like, what the hell kind of fun is this? And then I got to thinking about it more and more and more and more. And it's like that with the, it's the avatars. You're controlling these. You create these people, and you the interactions that happen, you don't really know or whatever. Some of them you can predict or whatever, but some of them you can't or whatever. And it just kind of happens as a result of you winding up each one of these avatars going about their day, and I
that's why they trying to disarm us now, because they know they're gonna release this shit. And these motherfuckers, you ain't got no look here. You better be strapped when they do this shit. Cause I'm telling you, you're gonna have some weirdo motherfuckers that's gonna be running up at your house. That's when they gonna, what's that bullshit? You remember that movie? You remember that movie that they released? I think it was like three versions of the movie, where like they have 24 hours to commit crime.
Oh yeah, Purge.
Purge, yeah, like that's when they gonna do that bullshit, bro. And you gotta make sure you be straight, bro. Like,
the last Purge I saw was really interesting. All of the movies are political. That's why I kind of like them, and they all kind of got a political message. And I love politics. So, but the last one was super political and to the point where, and then it got really racial. All of them are racial, but maybe not the first one so much, but that last one. Did y'all see that one? Where it was like there was Forever Purge. That was the name of it, and it was like
I haven't
this.
seen that.
Y'all haven't seen that? And it was like they're in Texas and they're like, after the purge is over, we're gonna make the purge keep on going. And it was so scary because it was like these redneck hillbilly types, you know what I'm saying? And they were like, we're just gonna keep it going, just keep killing people, keep the chaos going. Man, that shit was crazy, bro. Y'all check that movie out. I don't want to give it away now since y'all said
All right, bro. Look here.
I don't. Yeah, I
It
don't
gotta
care
get-
if you do,
it gotta
because
get
I mean, I'll
strapped.
still watch it, but
Yeah, it was serious because
I'm
it's
not
like,
that type of person that's like, oh, the spoiler alert. Nah, I ain't
yeah,
like
because
that.
it's like the purge.
You can
The
tell
purge
me
is
about it.
over. The purge is over, and everybody relax. Okay, the purge is over, but then you got these dude. They've coordinated. They got on the internet or whatever, and coordinated together and decided that the purge is not going to be over. And the moment everybody relax and think that the purge is over, that's when we gonna start just killing everybody, and it's coordinated.
Yeah.
That shit would be scary as fuck. They would really have a hard time dealing with that in real life. And not only that, it sounds like something that could happen for real.
Bro.
well,
you
I think
think
that
about it. The poor people, like, I don't even know if it would really matter if you got money or not. But like, think about the poor people, though. Like, that would be the ones that they would probably attack and kill first. Like, that's some
Well, they were
serious
killing.
shit, bro.
It was racial. They were killing like Mexicans and blacks and shit like that.
Mhm.
I know. That's why you gotta stay strapped.
Yes, sir. I believe in that. Got me a
Know that
couple of hundred
Billy.
rounds right here in the truck.
You gotta know that Billy Bob ain't your true friend.
I want
Billy Bob, look. Hey, man, that's some crazy shit, bro. To even think about that, like, I don't know how well that shit right there sits for me. That's just me. That's just me, world. So, I'm
bro.
I'm a overthinker anyway. So I think about like, that type of shit.
I want to
Yeah.
play some more clips of this, because I watched this before and it had random good stuff, but I can't remember now. Let me just play. I might just skip through it.
It's awesome to be here.
Kelly, I've got to say right off the bat, you're looking very put together.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, I interview a lot of tech company CEOs, and a lot of them, they've got scraggly beards or they're wearing jeans and a turtleneck.
Trying to be Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs, exactly. But you're known for putting a bit more thought into your image.
Oh, I'm sure you say that to all the girls.
Just putting you at ease. Okay, so your company, is the
I'm
hot new
lying to
startup,
you.
started in Silicon Valley, quintupled your revenue in the last year, and now you're everywhere. Tell us about it.
We're called Express, XPRS, and we provide facial recognition software with a smile. So FaceTrack is a huge market right now because it's the future of security, right? You already use your face to unlock your phone, but soon you'll be able to use your face to unlock your car or your bank account or to make purchases. So we took the next step, right? Because the most interesting thing about a face isn't who does it belong to, it's what is it doing? Is the face I'm looking at happy or sad or bored? What does it express?
And your software can actually tell what mood someone is in by their facial expression?
That's right. We unlock the power of machine learning and artificial intelligence to read a facial expression. Our software can detect up to 200 metrics on the face.
200?
Yeah.
200.
And our intelligent system assigns each face an Express rating based on 3 categories: honesty, attention, and positivity.
They're going to turn us into emojis.
Honesty, so you can tell if someone's lying?
When a face is being dishonest or holding something back, it often shows little micro expressions, and our software can detect those. And we can also tell if a face is giving you its full attention or if the thoughts are elsewhere.
And what kind of
Aggressions or
situations is it used in?
Classrooms and lecture halls are 2 of our big target use cases. Like if you're teaching a class on Zoom and you want to know, are faces tuning in or are they looking away?
You hear?
Also in the office, like if you're giving a presentation.
You know
or
this is a parody, by the
interview.
way.
targeted advertising, borders, prisons, law
Okay,
enforcement operations,
well,
that sort of thing.
it makes
Targeted
sense now.
advertising.
Yeah, it's a parody.
It makes it makes a lot of sense now because I'm like, damn, it just took just that for her to open up that way. You know what I'm saying? Because she went in, she just started. I was like, that, you know, so okay, now it makes more sense.
Right. So, but see what they're doing though. It's a parody, but it's real.
No,
Like,
I believe, yeah.
yeah. It's a parody, but they're parodying real situation or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so if a face sees an ad, our software can tell, did the face enjoy it, did it not? And that way advertisers can improve user experience.
See, like they're giving away a lot of nuggets with this. So they're like, you know, they're trying to tell you what they're doing as far as, you know, the way they're thinking about this thing. You know what I'm saying? And how they're going to use it. You know, and what's happened? This is coming. This is coming.
And how accurate is it?
Our express ratings are pretty accurate. Our machine learning is some of the best on the market right now.
Right, because your company came out of nowhere. Lots of people have tried to do similar things, but you've managed it much more effectively and cheaper than anyone else.
Thank you for noticing.
That's what they always fucking the race. That's the race to the bottom. I always be talking about. Let me see if I can find. She said blowing fuse. Hold on. There's a clip in here where she shows. Where is it? I don't
That's
know.
some scary shit. If
Yeah,
you
yeah.
got a
Go ahead.
smart,
Make comments. Yeah.
if you got a smart TV, make sure that motherfucker ain't got no camera on it.
It does. The whole screen is a camera.
Basically, yeah.
While you like, they could actually tap into your TV, and you know, while you're watching a TV show, they're watching you in your house.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to, probably. And I don't even think.
If they chose, that's what I'm saying. If they chose to, they could tap into your television.
And I don't think turning it off keeps it
Anything.
from them being
does
able to do
nothing.
that. Because
Does nothing.
and all our devices now are hooked online. So then somebody could, you know, mess with your device because it's on the Wi-Fi. I think that's one of the reasons why they got everybody on the Wi-Fi is because the
smart TV.
Before we had the
smart TV.
Well, we had the hard line. Yeah, they made everybody do the smart TVs, but I'm talking about even the idea of the Wi-Fi itself, because the Wi-Fi is a group. You know what I'm saying?
It's sending signals back and forth.
Yeah.
I mean that's the main thing. Like it's sending signals back and forth, and it's keeping you in contact with any of those signals, and that's why they're able to jump in to your system through the air.
And that's why before it wasn't, you know, that they've switched everybody to the Wi-Fi and said it was better because before we had the hard lines. So it's much more difficult to hack a hard line because you gotta hack the hard line. You can't come through the air like you just said.
Yeah, I mean, cause see the whole idea. Cause I mean, if I remember correctly, they're selling us the idea that, you know, of course, like you can have cable, but you can also be able to go directly into certain apps without having to use separate devices, and you know, Netflix, YouTube, Facebook, whatever, you know, you can do all of this computer stuff right on your television. You know what I'm saying? That's how they're selling it to us, but actually it gives them more access to you than you access to
And you know what's weird is you can't search the internet through your TV. Do any of y'all have a web browser on your screen? Because that's the weirdest thing to me. Because I can pull up YouTube and I could do a search on YouTube, but there's no app for me to pull up to do like a internet search.
Well, you know what?
Then I can pull up whatever I want to on the TV.
There's probably a way that you can, because I mean, like you can pull up apps. Like it just maybe.
I've been looking, so if anybody knows or whatever, leave comments or whatever. Let me know. I haven't seen that, and I think there's a reason for that. And then, because I'll be talking about the show and how like people can watch it on YouTube, they can watch it on their TV. So that really gives YouTube an advantage over a lot of these other apps. You know what I'm saying? Because people like to watch it on TV. It's
Yeah.
bigger screen. The sound is probably better. But what I'm saying is, if you could search on the internet through your TV, then you're not gonna have to go through their apps and shit. You could just go directly to whatever websites you want to go to and pull up whatever fucking videos or whatever the fuck.
I'm sure that's happening somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody knows how to do it. Because that's what I'm saying. I don't understand
because, I
why
mean,
it's
the
not
only-
just there. You
Well,
would think, because you could do all it's connect your TV's connected to the internet. It's got
Yeah.
YouTube. It's got all these other streaming apps, but you can't do a Google search.
Well, the thing that I mean, because the only way that I was able to, I mean, I could actually connect my laptop right into the computer. I mean, into the TV screen through HDMI, and then do it that way. But I'm sure like now, and what is that? The Android box, like you might be able to connect something to it, because like um I have that IPTV where you can get like 70 channels, 70,000 channels.
Yeah, but you still
all that
can't
one.
search. You can't do it. You can only search within their library, whatever their library is. What's
Yeah.
up, Doc? Thank you for being here, bruh. We're talking about transhumanism. Basically talking about how it's like that. What she's saying, what they're arguing, is that it's kind of like the evolution of man and post-humanism, and it's like inevitable that we're just gonna like turn into like the Borg and shit, or even something else that we can't even imagine, because we're gonna start integrating with technology, and it's gonna change us.
I would really like. I ain't gonna lie. Like it irritates the hell out of me. Like I'm thinking about like we need to get some money together and get Doc a mic, because I really want to hear some of the shit. Like he sends some good message. He sends good messages and stuff through text, but I really would like to hear the inflection in his voice, under like the like
Or
how
buy
he
him a
really
phone and
feels.
send it to him in the mail.
What up, Doc?
A nice phone to do it.
Yeah, well, my phone right now won't hook me up, because remember I was trying that first, and that's why I got the camera.
Yeah. Oh, so you don't even use the phone? What are you on then? How do you get into the?
I'm on my computer.
Oh, okay.
Well,
yeah, I bought a camera. The camera's got a mic, but my voice, my baritone, that level I've got, a lot of mics don't pick it up really well.
You know, you
Well,
could
no,
change
no.
that. There's a
Look.
setting. There's a setting in your megahertz or whatever the hell. You could change your mic the way it sounds. But these damn laptops mics always sound like shit. That's the reason why I had to get a mic when I started the show. Go ahead.
Well, I'm still on a cheap end, but y'all usually hear me pretty good whether I'm on a laptop or my phone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're pretty cloudy too, though, on your laptop. The sound be okay, but like depending on the room, it'd be the ambient. The what do you call it? The acoustics.
You'll lose your voice every now and then. It'll kind of blend into the background once in a while.
Yeah, we'll get the acoustics of the room. I like it much better when you're talking with your mic that you have on your whatever the headset or whatever that you have. The
Talking
sound
about the one like I'm talking on right now.
Yeah, that sound is really good.
You're sounding.
All right.
pretty
Well,
normal.
you know what? Because really the only difference between the two is one has the pop filter, my headset that goes to I'm like what I'm on right now. So with my phone, it has a pop filter on it. The one that I plug into my laptop, it doesn't. So I can get a pop filter for it where it kind of drowns out like the excess noise and stuff. So and actually these are noise cancellation headphones, like or the microphone itself has sound. The extra sound is kind of blocked out. The sound cancellation stuff. So I might well, I know it only costs maybe about $6 or $7 for some pop filters. I'm gonna try that next time and put it on my headset that I use for the laptop and see if that changes it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll keep on improving the show. Let me play a bit of this before I lose y'all. Let me play a
That
bit.
we are secretly ruled by elites who are planning. Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Some versions
What?
do spread. In my country, there are mainstream respected writers who've said in print that the trans rights movement is just being artificially funded by George Soros. That's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory about transhumanism entering the mainstream using transphobia as the gateway drug. Speaking
How's
of
that
threats from the
anti-Semitic?
right, another place that transhumanism conspiracies show up is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Yeah. Part of the ideology behind the Russian invasion is this idea of Novorussia, new Russia. Russia needs to be the center of a new cultural and political Eurasian empire. And part of this Novorussia idea is the belief that Russia has to step up and do this because the West is decadent and effeminate and unholy. And if you go down the rabbit hole, that we are secretly ruled by elites who are planning transhumanism. There's a Russian philosopher called...
Okay, there's a see, I hadn't heard that before, but now that I hear it, it's
You heard that before. I was telling you about that.
Yeah.
I see a high potential for that, you know, because like I hadn't really clearly heard of it or heard it like that. I mean, of course
Yeah,
I've heard of
maybe
it.
the articulation, the way she articulated it made my brain click.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's talking about making a new center of culture and everything. I was saying they're trying to restore it. So she's speaking about it in a new current tense, and I was speaking about them bringing the past tense. But that's
So-
what it is.
I guess just to get a jump start on the you know, your idea of this, are you for or against, or are you neutral on this whole transhumanism? Dot.
You know, truthfully, there are so many different versions of it. I mean, you know, technically, someone who is intuitive, picks up things, stuff like that, that makes them transhuman.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that.
It's not, you know, psychic abilities, you know, the feeling, gut feelings that work. That's transhuman by that definition. I mean, so are we talking about the expansion of humans as is natural and is coming with our abilities, more psychic abilities, things like that coming into the world? Or are we talking about cybernetics and artificial manipulation to become uber human?
Well, see, but that's the thing. I mean, all of them are intertwined. I mean, there's no one direction that this is going to go.
Or is going.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's probably, you know, if we're having conversations about it, it has already existed and tried, and you know, probably maybe working some of the bugs out, maybe even just trying to prepare us to go on and move into that next level of it. But
just roll it out like some kind of new vaccination.
Well, you never know. I mean, because if some of the things that I've the theory, some of the theories, whether they're conspiracies or not, that I've heard is that some of these you know, the rollouts that we've seen, injections actually has metals in it that can form inside the body, and maybe that is a preparation for the actual you know, chip or whatever it is that was supposed to go in your skull or whatever.
Yeah,
that's to make us more receptive to the 6G signals that are going to freak our mind or change our minds and tell us what to do.
That's pretty much the same thing, because that's what we were saying earlier. Because so what if the idea of like, because like in X-Men, the what is his name, the one with the metal helmet,
Magneto.
They had Magneto locked up, and it was like a plastic prison or whatever. And so, but one of the guards was eating too much iron or whatever.
No, the chick, the shape changer chick, injected him with a bunch of iron.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
it was. Yeah, okay,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. And then that was what he was able to use to extract from him
Because
to
there's
be
not
able.
enough. Now, later on in the comic books, Magneto becomes powerful enough that he can use the iron in your blood and all of that. I mean, at one point, he actually ripped every bit of antimatter out of Wolverine's skeleton.
Yeah,
Man, it really trips me out how X-Men shows you the power, like it just being able to move, that specific power of being able to move metal around it, and how what you could do with that. That's crazy.
to be
But
able to not only detect it but to manipulate it, no
and that's
matter
amazing
what
because
form.
and the X-Men, I always feel like they're talking about us. And but look, my point is this though. The thing we're talking about, the extra metal in your blood, and then you got somebody who knows how to, they have like a Magneto power, not like the X-Men power as far as like superhuman power, but just like a technology.
Well, they're already using radioactive isotopes. They'll put it in somebody's drink or walk up and shake their hand, and they can use satellite imagery to track them anywhere that's outside because they can see the radioactive isotope using satellites.
Yep, that is yeah. I mean, shoot, bro, like somebody can rob your energy through a handshake.
Oh yeah, I'm an energy manipulator. I can push and pull energy.
So that's
And
why I
that's
hate
and
them.
that's actually
and, and, and,
documented.
and not to say like some people look at it like, I mean, because I guess it is some form of telepathy, but just being able to look into somebody's eyes,
Yeah.
and you can rob them because you look right
Well,
into the window of their soul.
That's why that's the reason why niggas be mean mugging each other, because they be like, "Oh, you trying to look into my soul? You trying to voodoo me? What you trying to do?"
oh no, man! I had someone try to jump me in Louisiana because I was giving him a go to hell look.
Yeah, you trying to hoodoo me? That's scary. The idea of somebody being able to do it just with a thought. But I never liked handshakes, and I don't really like people touching me. I've always been really sensitive to that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm really sensual though, but I'm also really, I don't touch people very much, but you know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense?
Well, bro, I think it makes a lot of sense, and like I'm careful with who I do allow into just because I mean that whole, that when they come up with the whole 6 foot rule and all, like I abided by that like for decades already.
You was like, man, I've been doing that. I don't
Yeah,
shit. I don't want no. It's why you 6 feet close to me anyway? Shit.
I
yeah,
keep
like I mean,
silver.
like when people come into that my little circumference, I'm already kind of like, what you want? What you need something?
You're asking me for money? What's going on?
So
See, I keep silver on both of my hands to help block bad energy from coming in.
Yeah. So I think that's some of the things that we need to try to talk about and focus on. I talked about a bit in the other one how they have this lady, she makes these like pyramids and they're made out of organite. What is it? And it's supposed to really take down the radiation. It kind of absorbs it and wards it off and shit.
well, I think that we have an ability to do that already if we're strong enough with our melanin, having our vitamin D,
The
at high
sunlight.
enough levels.
What
Yeah, we
about
get
that?
high.
Let's think about that, because let's talk about the X-Men. Let's talk about, like I said, I think we're like plants, because I was saying I'm not gonna put tea on my plant. You know what I'm saying? So, and we're
Yeah.
like plant walking around plants. And then, so what about this? What about, like, how like the batteries, the Tesla batteries charge up? What about humans and like charging up in the sun, like literally, and like being able to use that energy that you you know, like, what is it, like the comics? What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of like what do they call it, the Asian artwork, and
Hey,
like
Superman charges himself up with the sun.
yeah, it's like a bunch of different things. Like my mind is all over the place, and I'm thinking of
Solar,
like,
Jack of Hearts, Havoc is cosmic energy. There's several of them that are fire manipulator. A lot of them.
so think about that as a human, a natural human, and we're literally, can be charged up by the sun, and they're trying to tell us this through these comic books.
Well, I mean the science is there, and I mean we're really like we're Wi-Fi. Like we're connected to the universe through Wi-Fi. Like we have that one universal mind that we're all connected to, and our connect, different relations with the attributes like the sun, the moon, like all those things can change our mood depending on our how deep our connection is with it. So the more we sunbathe and do our rituals, maybe even gazing, because I think gazing will take you into a whole nother level of connection with the sun. So I mean, there's some people who gather more energy, which might be more, because the moon energy, where some people try to tap into, is more erratic, but it's still an energy that they can use for whatever they're trying to do. But I wholeheartedly, I mean, and it's radiation, actual that radiation, from the sun that empowers our electric body. Because I mean, we're electric beings, like we're energy, like that's the whole thing.
Well, so like Doc put organite crystals. So let's put crystals in context with this. So like, what they say, like the crystals don't even, they don't, they're somewhere in between a solid and a mass. I mean, a liquid and a solid, or a solid and a gas, some shit like that. And like, and they, so like another thing with the crystals, like, okay, from what I have learned about them, like you could put it out in the sun, in the moon, or you could put it in the sun. You charge it up, and then keep it with you, or put it in your pocket, or put it near you, and you can use that energy. And you don't want to let nobody else touch it, because they're if they touch it, then they're gonna change, because you put your intention on it. If you guys know what I'm talking about. And so how is that related to us as humans? Because we're we're talking about us as a plant, but what about us as like a crystal? You know what I'm saying?
Well, we're actually all of them at one time. We're a solid, we're a gas, we're a liquid, like we're all of it at one time. And when you're talking about like these crystals, they're they have formed from one to another at some point. So it may be able to be considered as all of those at one time. But when you're talking about the transference of energy, that's one thing that it can happen in a zap, because somebody coming in contact with you're trying to use the energy that you've harnessed into your crystals, or for whatever use it's for, whether it's for protection, whether it's for strength, whether it's for whatever that you've built this this mass to hold a certain type of energy for you. And somebody comes in and grab your stuff, if they have the wrong kind of energy or low energy field, they could actually zap it and take it away without them even knowing they did it. So yeah, you keep them very sacred and away. You try to make it where it's just, because like I mean, I wear beads that's they're somewhat crystal minerals or whatever that holds energy. I don't let nobody grab my shit and can I see? Well, yeah, you can see it. Here I make it where you can see it, but I'm not allowing anybody to come up and touch my stuff.
I actually wear bells.
See, and y'all making fun of my ashtray.
kind of ashtray you got?
It's a metal ashtray. Y'all was making fun of me last time.
Oh.
But I love it because of that noise.
Yeah, I don't say, bro. We're at the powwow. We did the it's one of those bowls, the frequency bowls. I gotta get me one now, bro. Like it was rattling in my hand. Like the feel of it lit me up.
And I think we're really touching on some heavy shit right here because y'all know about I think I mentioned this before, but like the idea of the Ankh being a tool, a type of tuning fork. Where
Potentially.
Like you literally hit it on something, and it depends on because they knew a lot of shit. So it depended on what the material was that it hit it on would make a different frequency.
If I'm not mistaken, it was made as a key originally.
As a key, right? So that's how it works.
But a key
as a
to
vibration,
what?
right?
But
That's what I'm saying.
A key to what? Because it can take you in and out of different realms depending on how. Because like you can actually take that and place it on your head. Like after you get the frequency going, you can actually put it on part of your body or right in your ear where it can take you into a whole nother mental state.
And that's what I think. I think they used it as a tool, but for many things, like you probably use it for healing, use it for like magic, what some people would call magic. And then we could think about construction because we talk about masonry and what did they have in their hand when you see them? They have the Ankh, and in the other hand they have, what is it? It's a sickle, right? And that has to do with the fields, you know what I'm saying? Bringing in the harvest, right? If I'm not mistaken.
You said a sickle?
I want to say that's what it is. It's the Ankh in one hand, and it's like a staff, but the staff is really like a sickle.
A staff, okay, all right. All right. I didn't know what you're talking about. I never heard it called a sickle, but
a staff could be anything. But if a sickle is the part that would be on the end of it, at the end of it, it'd have like a curved blade, because that's perfect for like cutting in like wheat or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that part. I mean, I'm sure there's something to it, but I'm not really sure. Well, what
because
affects
the
that
Grim
has.
Reaper, that's where they got that from. But anyways, back to the Ankh. So but then again, that's the life and death, the creation and destruction, just like that symbol of I don't want to show it because that's what got me in trouble one time, but it was the symbol of the what is it? It's the Aquarius. What is it called? It's like a person, and they have one hand up, and then they have one hand down, and it looks like they have like an extra arm, and it looks like they're a man and a woman, like they have male attributes and they have female attributes, and sometimes they put the pentagram behind it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's a very, very popular symbol. You know what I'm saying? Even the Da Vinci is Baphomet. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. So I think that's the same thing as the one where the Egyptian is standing there with the sickle in one hand and the Ankh in the other.
Well, that would have been Capricorn, and it did have where because it had the goat head, and one side is like a male chest and the other like a female chest, and I think overall it does give different parallels of
it's as below so below, the yin and the yang.
There's a lot of
the whole of the universe.
But I believe that is also because I mean there's the masculine and feminine
Exactly.
within every sign.
Exactly.
Now, so I mean I don't really know how significant that would mean just for Capricorn, but You know, I mean, that's the sign in which you know, I guess Jesus would have held. You know, if we're going by the December 25th. So I mean, it's
And
kind of hard to say. It's probably has a lot of meaning that I haven't even, you know, discovered.
and is Capricorn the one that's the twin, or is that Gemini?
That's Gemini.
Okay. Because I was thinking about the twin, and if y'all see, I have the birds, the two birds. It's I put that because in our class we was learning about how these Aboriginal Americans, you know, the bird, and then the twin bird, like the bird man. This imagery, you know, a lot of this stuff came before, you know, the religion. So these stuff like led into the religions. You know what I mean? And because they felt like the twins have a lot of power, and it's like that in a lot of places you go around the world. The Aboriginals feel like let's say it's humans, and the humans have a twin, and they feel like they have like magic. Remember? And it's kind of like that movie, Mark for Death. Y'all remember that? Steven Seagal. And so you had those two guys. They were Jamaican, but they were twins, and then it's like nobody knew that they were twins. And like, so a lot of that comes from that lore of the idea of the twins having like power, like magic and shit, spiritual, closer to God or whatever. That's how they saw it. Am I boring y'all to death? I guess I'll play a little bit of this before we wrap it, because it's 4 a.m. I gotta be to work at 3, so I need to get some sleep. I didn't sleep last night. Let me play some of this.
Alexander Dugin. And he's kind of like if Jordan Peterson went through the black hole from Event Horizon. He's a big proponent of this Novorussia idea. His work has apparently been quite influential amongst the senior Russian military. And one of the things he says is that the West is trying to do transhumanism.
In the West, there is already no longer any religion, political hierarchies, normal families, or state in the fullest sense of the word. All borders have been completely crossed, transgressed. Now, all that remains is one final step: overcoming the boundaries of the human species itself.
Now, who knows how much of that is sincere and how much is him just saying whatever he needs to justify his political views. But it's interesting, and maybe important, to realize that the Russian far right and the English-speaking far right are singing from the same hymn sheet here, especially when it comes to transhumanism and, indeed, trans people.
Where am I going? We will need eyes to see.
And do you know who else was singing from that hymn sheet? That's right, baby. It's time to hack this envelope and decrypt the secret data about Martin Heidegger. Heidegger was a Nazi! Martin Heidegger joined the Nazi Party in 1933. He used his academic position to persecute Jewish students and even reported some of his own colleagues to the Gestapo. In the 20th century, there was a bit of debate about, oh, well, maybe he was forced to do that to save his own skin. But in more recent years,
that's what they said about France.
Books have been translated, and there is no longer any question. Even the Heidegger Institute in Germany, the big Heidegger stands, are like, yeah, well, he was right about a lot of things, but he was Reich about a lot of things too. Like a lot of intellectuals in the 1920s, Heidegger thought that the world had reached a crisis point, politically, economically, morally. Religion has lost its sway over society. There's all this new technology that's dehumanizing people. So he thought we needed a new vision of what it means to exist in the modern age. His most famous book, Being and Time, the one that contains the hammer example, was his attempt to supply the intellectual foundations of progress. And his idea of progress required a new Germany to take over Europe, eliminate democracy, and kill all the bad people, especially Jews, but also people like me. When he said that technology can dehumanize us, he thought that was happening as part of a worldwide Jewish conspiracy.
Did you fix this then, man? Yes, I fixed it! Did you? The parts are Jewish. What parts in a car are Jewish? Spark plugs? Spark plugs. Jews invented spark plugs to control global traffic.
So what on earth is going on here? Transhumanism and technological advancement is the conspiracy costume for all these different groups of people, from Russian generals to Nazi philosophers to Canadian truckers. But what is the emotional opinion that they are trying to express?
Yeah, what is it?
This is the fun bit. This is my favorite bit of the video. If you can grasp what I'm about to offer you, then a lot of philosophy, especially from the last 60 years or so, will open up to you. I want you to try and imagine that an idea, a concept like freedom, justice, gender, whatever, is a piece of technology, a kind of mental tool. An idea serves some function. It focuses our attention. We might even say that some ideas come with their own way of seeing and even shape the subjects that use them. And just like a tool, an idea can withdraw or become transparent. We often don't think about how they work or where they come from until they go wrong. Now you're thinking like a philosopher. Now you're reflecting Heidegger's own ideas back at him like it's Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not just philosophy, it's philosophy tube. Transhumanism often uses this idea of progress. And some of its critics say that some big questions get forgotten about when that concept becomes transparent. For example, there are writers like Ray Kurzweil, who says that nanotechnology is going to let us eliminate poverty and cure disease, and then we'll have clean energy and it'll all be fantastic. And we already know how to make clean energy. We have enough resources to feed everybody. We could probably cure a lot of diseases if we really wanted to. The question that's being forgotten about here is, why haven't we done all of that already? Another big question is, who's going to get to use all of this new technology? Most writers say that enhancement tech should be available to everyone, but just saying that doesn't guarantee it's going to happen. Some say that in the last century, technology has doubled average life expectancy. So imagine what we could do if we keep going. And it's like, well, whose life expectancy got doubled?
Yeah.
Because in my country, the average life expectancy recently went down in the most economically deprived areas. We could talk about giving people robot limbs that they can control with their brains. And there are a lot of amazing possibilities in that field. But some philosophers of disability have pointed out that disability is not just a physical limitation, it's an economic one too. Disabled is a position that you occupy within the economy relative to things like employment and housing. So overcoming that limitation isn't just about transforming the body. You're not going to fix homelessness by turning every homeless person into Inspector Gadget. There are big social and economic questions that are being forgotten about here as well. And this suggests that the real super technology, the real tool that smashes human limitations, is just cash. You don't need robot arms. You just need to have bought a house 40 years ago and you're already post-human compared to most humans. Go Gadget Trust Fund. If you're a religious person, you might think that there are even bigger questions that are being forgotten about here. The theologian Ronald Cole Turner writes quite thoughtfully about how transhumanists want progress, and what they mean is they want to extend the self, live longer lives, cure disease, upload your mind into the computer. But he says for Christians, the whole point is to let go of the self and your own desires to better desire God. Also, when he thinks about transformation, he doesn't mean robot arms, he means spiritual salvation. When he gets uploaded to the cloud, he's going to get uploaded to the cloud.
Ah.
In my opinion, this is maybe part of why transhumanism can be appealing. It can present this very attractive fantasy in which humanity's problems are just technological. No politics, no religion, just good old neutral science. And I'm not saying all transhumanists are naive. Some of them are aware of this and they do engage with it. I'm just saying it's interesting to see the concept of progress as a piece of technology that comes with its own way of seeing. Maybe that's why transhumanism has become such a bogeyman for the far right. The last few decades of progress have left a lot of people's lives getting worse, not better. And that gives alternative political ideologies a big base from which to recruit. Alexander Dugin says that the concept
good
of
question.
modernity is just a tool of elite control. That's how they trick you into supporting their agenda. And the only way to stop them is to become a fascist. Fundamental traditionalist. There's a contemporary fascist slogan: reject modernity, embrace tradition. Because tradition is also a conceptual tool that fascists use to affirm the values of God, church, empire, and of course, racism and patriarchy. Maybe some good news is it's not just people on the right wing who are starting to realize this. For example, there's a lawyer called Dean Spade who's written quite powerfully about how concepts like progress have been used to advance a pretty narrow vision of LGBT liberation. Gay people in my country can get married, but trans people are still disproportionately likely to be homeless and we still have a segregated healthcare system. When we start asking questions like that, opportunities can present themselves. So I can fully understand why some people might look around and go, "You call this progress, do you?"
You call this progress, do you? I feel like we're going backwards. What do y'all think? I think this is a great video. This that she made.
Well, I'm not really sure where she's going, but I mean, on this subject, I mean, I'm a naturalist. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I like technology up to a certain extent. You know what I'm saying? Like when you go to any extreme, I think you're opening the door for extreme outcomes. You know what I'm saying? So I think the balance is where what we need to really focus on is, you know, this, if we actually cared, if our governments, not just our, US, but the world itself cared about people, we wouldn't have to worry about
Right.
all this.
Like I say, LGBTQ rights are human rights. Black rights are human rights. Women's rights are human rights.
Exactly. And
You know?
like, I mean, and for those who do want to run into this transhumanism world, they want to interject their minds, their consciousness into a computer, which we're really already doing with our algorithm. And just the fact that I was looking at some of the different jobs that is done mostly on computers. I mean, the computer is reading the thought process as people are making actions. Like, an accountant, that does specialized things, they're definitely, being analyzed on how they're handling certain situations to where the computer can do it themselves at some point. So my like I said, I mean, I see where it could be a benefit for some, but I mean, when you trying to take the average person today who's really into technology is our young people, and if you keep them from reproducing, we're going to end up with a planet like Mars. Nothing, like the ability to grow, but no growth.
Yeah, man. When you talk about growth, man, that's something, because we're already seeing the shrinking in populations. Let me read some comments, because this video is so interesting, and like I said, what I was saying was it's well put together. Maybe she had a bias in it.
Oh, she definitely does.
But she presented the information very well, and
She
it was
did.
And
You
then
can get sucked up into it, and that's the thing. Like, you can end up being sympathetic to just because I mean, like that's the thing. Like I tend to sometimes be a leftist, and sometimes I'm, very right. On the right side. Well, that's usually probably why I end up. I'm more conservative than anything, but based on the way somebody, the tact that goes into the presentation can suck you up and make you feel sympathetic to something that could harm you.
let me yeah,
Yeah.
y'all go ahead and make comments, and I'm gonna read the comments on the.
Nah, I was just wanting to say, man, like you guys are saying, this technology already exists. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the iPhones, if you have an iPhone, like there's been many a times where I was literally thinking of something and I'm like, oh shit, I need to Google this real quick to see if it's available. And I go to pull up my search engine on my phone and start typing, and it just, I go to press on it, and it like literally, I'm looking at the phone. It's like the phone has read my mind, and the word just pops up in the little search bar, the Google search bar. Like the iPhone does that, dude. Like, and I thought I was tripping, and I had my daughter do it, and it did it for her. It did it for my wife. Like it literally reads your mind and your facial. It's already reading your facial expressions.
Well, I would agree to some extent. I don't think that it can, get like you're giving it some kind of hint, and at from a certain hint, maybe based on, it knowing the type of thoughts that you usually have, that it can suggest something that will be very closely related to what it is that you're thinking of at the time. But I think it's still trying to figure you out. And I don't know, maybe some people are more predictable than others. You know what I'm saying?
Or
So
maybe it
that's
just heard my conversation or what I was talking about,
what
and it just put the word in there for me, or
exactly. I
something
mean,
like that.
it's a lot. It's a different. There's different levels to how this thing really could have played out. So
Yeah, because
I
what makes me believe it is that, like on your iPhone, especially if you have one of the newer versions, it has that facial recognition sensor that sits at the top of the phone there. And so that's why I'm like, damn, maybe this thing is really paying attention to my facial expressions. You know what I'm saying? Because like if when you go to open your phone through your facial recognition, if you make a different face, like if you make a frowny face when you go to do it, it won't unlock your phone. You
bro,
know what I'm saying?
I actually noticed that the other morning. I when I woke up and I think I was checking my bank account, and I have that shit set up on recognition. So when it's open, like it wouldn't, it wouldn't open
It's
the first
it's
time
like your
around.
boss. It's just like your boss saying, "Be happy, smile,
Well, that's the
smile,
thing. Like
smile, and then you can enter the room. You can't enter the room until you smile."
yeah. So yeah, it's definitely because I mean, if you're happy when you're setting up the phone, you got a big smile. It can definitely change by if you're not like just waking up and your eyes are barely open and you may be kind of frowny, or I don't know, but I noticed my facial recognition, like my phone didn't recognize
You're in
my
timeout
my
from
bank app. Well, no,
Mr. Frowny Face.
my phone recognized me to open, but my bank account didn't.
You're in timeout, Mr. Frowny Face. You can't access any funds, Mr.
Yeah.
Frowny Face.
Man, it's just crazy. It's just crazy because I remember. All right, now you guys know this. When COVID came out, right, and by me having the Apple Watch, like it did an update on the phones and the Apple Watch automatically, where if you were wearing a mask on your face, your phone would be able to unlock by your watch. You'd scan your face with the phone with the mask on, and it would pick up like your forehead and eyes, and that's how, and you lift your arm and it would be able to unlock the phone by the watch, right? So it was doing like it did like that update on there. So like I have that. So like if I'm wearing a mask, but the point that I wanted to bring up is the fact that you guys said turning off your TV wouldn't work. And I believe that because I I have prescription glasses and then I have these prescription sunshades, and they are extremely dark because of the prescription that they gave me to block out the sun rays, all kind of blue light effect and all that, but they're extremely dark. And that was one of the things that the eye doctor told me, was like, hey, when you go to open your phone or something, you may have to remove your eyeglasses. Dude, I don't even have to remove them. Like literally, sunglasses on, put the phone up to my face, sun glare in my face, it literally opens up. Like it literally unlocks my phone. Like it can still see your eyes. It can see my eyes through that and everything, man. And I was talking to this IT guy. His son plays baseball with my son, and I was explaining that to him. And totally forgot about this conversation, but he was like, oh yeah, he was like, those sensors are strong. It can see right through any type of tinted glass if you got something blocking it out. He was like, like you literally have to go high tech with trying to block out cameras or anything nowadays, because the features of them are so strong now. The lenses, the technology that they put in them.
Let me read Doc's comments. He says, so we did an experiment. We talked about cars around my phone, and it started giving me ads for cars and insurance. We talked about houses and apartments near her phone. She started getting app locators and real estate ads. Neither of us did any searches. He says, Facebook, Google, and phone ads all started just from the phone being in the room when we talked about it, and we both keep our mic off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tracking you at all times, even with the Facebook. Cause see, Facebook will track anything that you do, like internet searches, anything. It'll track it, and you can go in there and turn that off. But it still collects a certain amount of data just for Facebook algorithm.
Well, my thing is, I don't necessarily believe that they turned off the tracking. They just don't allow you to see that they're tracking.
Yeah, you just turned off your access to the data.
Yeah, that's all you're really doing, is that you don't want to see how they're tracking you, but they're still tracking you.
One thing that bothers me about Apple products is like, they be like, it's so easy to use, but
it's not just Apple.
But I'm just saying Apple right now, because in my experience, like you press and it be doing shit on its own without like you be to unlock your phone and open and downloaded the app while it's in your pocket or something like that, like accidentally touching the screen and then opened up a whole website that you didn't want to go to and shit like that. Like, I don't know. I just wanted to mention that because that just
I've never had that happen on my phone.
So if I start thinking about sex, is porn going to start showing up on my phone?
Maybe. I don't know.
Nah.
If you plugged into the Matrix.
I think Chuck has been a little extra because, bro, I've been having an iPhone since the iPhone 6 Plus.
That shit, I hate
and I have never had that thing download. Now, when I had an Android, couldn't stand that motherfucker. You download one app and you got 30 different apps on your phone off of one app. And Android is known for that Google Play Store crap. Yeah, it's known for that. You download one game, you got 30 other games on your phone, and you only downloaded one because it has the privacy deal or whatever. But I've never had my iPhone do that.
You're just a Samsung hater. That's all.
Nah, it wasn't even the Samsung. I had the Android phone back in the day.
Yeah,
the
Samsung
HTC
is just beneath me.
Yes.
Aristocrat, bourgeoisie ass niggas.
That's right. I love iPhone.
Let me read the comments under here. The name of the channel is Philosophy Tube. That's the chick, and she pinned a comment underneath that says that latex bodysuit was actually surprisingly comfortable. She know what she's doing. Let me read some comments. It says, just a fun little fact. The software that Kelly Slaughter talks about is actually real. And I used it in college when designing a puzzle game. We had a bunch of people play the game while recording their face and then use the software to determine emotional states, mapped to game events. So if someone was getting frustrated, we could know exactly when, and we could know when people are excited or satisfied after solving a puzzle, and which puzzles didn't have that kind of payoff. Hold on. It was a really useful tool that gave us an insight we wouldn't have been able to have otherwise. However, as you can probably tell, this is about the most benign thing you could use this kind of software for. There are a lot more insidious applications.
I believe that. I think we're really still like at the tip of the iceberg, because I mean, this is not like something that's, I mean, potentially could be open source, but I think it's gonna eventually have so many ideas, which is gonna, really make everything, like, the world was gonna become weird.
Let me read some more comments. It says the tools becoming invisible should be very understandable to anyone like myself who wears glasses. I literally can't function in the world without my glasses, but when they're on, I don't even think about them. They're a piece of technology that enhances me to get around my limitations. And I'd imagine that it would never get brought up by folks whining that UBI is going to lead to transhumanism either. So, but I did want to touch on that because I liked what she said about the tools, the invisible tools of like the ideas, you know what I'm saying, and how they use them.
Well, like I said, I can see there's pros and cons to this, and but I think that overall, it potentially will be bad for the human family. So that's why I'm not like just saying like, because like, I mean, some of it sounds real cool, but at the same time, shit sounds real scary.
I want to read some more comments because I'm about to wrap it. It says mental hitbox is actually such a good term for what you're describing. I'm sure everyone who's played enough fighting games knows how janky and counterintuitive hitboxes can be, often not even lining up with all the weapons, limbs that are supposedly attacking with. But once you've put enough hours into the game, you develop that sense of virtual proprioception. You know how far your FS reaches as intuitively as you know. Let me see. The length of your own arm. That's interesting because I play Mortal Kombat and I play online at a pretty high level, and once you get to a high level, it becomes those little differences that really matter. And the really good players know their distances very, very well. Like if they're gonna throw a punch or if they have like a staff or something that they're gonna hit you with, they know exactly how far away it can reach and what's out of reach. You know what I'm saying? Like we can feel it before we press the button. Cause you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, how long you hold the button, if you tap it.
Pretty much all of that. And it kind of happens subconsciously. You feel it. Because once you get to these levels, the way we play, you're not thinking no more. You don't think about you don't think. It's like my fingers just do it. Let me read some more comments. It says, and then that could be a form of transhumanism, like that other comment said about the eyeglasses. You know what I'm saying? That's an augmentation. So it's like, like you said though, we got to find a balance. It could be good out of it, but it's just the question of where is that edge at, and who determines this? Should it be left up to the individual?
As far as ask the question again, so
I was saying, you're right about the balance. I agree with you. So, but the eyeglasses can be considered transhumanism because it's augmentation, but we probably wouldn't think of it that way. But what I'm saying is, where is the edge, right? Because you said, of course, some of it could be good, but we have to find an edge or whatever. So, who determines where that edge is, and should it be left up to the individual?
I
Would
think
that be considered freedom? Being a human and having right to push the edge of humanism as far as I want.
I think that we really have to, it's gonna should be, I guess, everybody in a whole, because I mean, we have to draw the line somewhere. Um, I think we really have to be the ones that really have to speak up and say, enough is enough. And we can't wait. We need to start drawing the lines ASAP, because once they start rolling this out and then you start trying to draw them back on what's good, what's bad, it's going to be, more pushback than if, they know the people already are not going to roll with this or give the support necessary. Because like I say, we're gonna have those that's has thought about it, and they see a certain benefit and they're gonna do it no matter what. There's others that's gonna be learning about it, that's gonna kind of slowly jump into it.
But wait. Let's but I want to read some more comments, but before I do, I want to say let's make the argument of the basic argument of freedom, right? Are you infringing on that person's rights, right? Because them manifesting transhumanism is not physically hurting you in any way. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't affect your life in any way.
Well, it
You know,
does. I mean, or it potentially can. Let's make that clear that
just because they're
because
walking around and they're
because
like half human, that's affecting your life.
yes,
How? In what
Because
way?
they could have some
because
type of superpower, man. You just never know.
I mean they're more dangerous. They might make me kill them.
See, y'all sound like the art in all of the Matrix movies. The people was making these arguments, and that was the reason why they was locking them in cages and killing them and stuff.
Locking who in cages?
The X-Men, like persecuting them, like looking for them and like trying to exterminate them and shit.
Well, I'm just saying, when something that you don't know or understand, you don't
That's
really
the problem.
agree when you
That's like
don't
prejudice, and that's like racism. That's like the otherism. That's like that's what leads to genocides.
okay. Well, that's the thing. This is something that is a potential problem for everybody. And if I'm the one that's on, because you can call it prejudice, but if somebody's, you know, they don't even know what kind of outcome it's going to have for them, and they don't have any protection set up for themselves, and they acting erratic around me and my family, like I'm going to pick me.
Yeah. So you're gonna take it upon yourself to shoot and kill them? Wait, don't answer that. Hey,
'Cause
everybody else, listen. I want to ask y'all because Daryl, Deuce, Doc, and Elliot. Um, what about the basic fundamental idea of individual freedom, right? And a person deciding to, as an individual, augment themselves. Do other people have the right to tell them they can't do that? What do y'all think?
I don't know if that we have the right. I mean, at the end of the day, you can do what you want to do, if
Yeah.
that's what you choose to do. But I would say this here, instead of it being something that's implanted in my head, you know, how about it be something that you can pack around on you like your cell phone, so if you encounter some fucking individual that has this shit that all of a sudden makes them loopy into another world or stronger than what they normally would be, you can throw yours on just in case you got to handle this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it. And that way we can both say, well, we both were in the fucking Matrix. He just died. Like,
Yeah. Well, I think that the argument.
Who is
Let me read Doc's
Abigail?
comment. He says, "Funny thing, you laughed at me for referring to Caitlyn Jenner as she. You do know that Abigail is a trans woman as well, right?" Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. That she was. So,
who's Abigail?
as far as me knowing that she wasn't or was, just the appearance, all of us was referring to her as a her. So if they don't whip out the penis, then who cares, right? As far as like, I don't see the jewels. You know what I'm saying? As far as the appearance is, it's like the dude walking around with buff arms with a dress on, and
Who's
that's different.
who's Abigail?
Abigail is the chick in the video we just watched.
Oh,
Okay,
so
well,
that's a
see, but
dude.
Yeah, that's what Doc says. Yes, and I was thinking about that too, and I have been watching the videos for the longest, and she referred to herself as trans all the time, but I didn't really just like. It's just like whatever, man.
well, no,
I watched the videos for the philosophy.
I'm gonna tell you. I mean, I probably will. Whatever I see you as when I meet you, because it's well known, Caitlyn Jenner, their beginnings and whatever. But if you look enough, because I mean, there's guys that dress up like women that you definitely know that's a guy, and
Right.
I'm gonna be like, this was obviously
And
a
that's
good
my
example.
argument too, because the people talk about the bathrooms, and the bathrooms are a political firestorm. But if it's a chick like this chick right here, you don't know it's a chick. It's a chick. As far as you know, it's a chick. You know what I'm saying? And this has been going on forever. So like,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. Like I say, for us, we're not trying to have sex with them or whatever. So it's like if they don't pull out the jewels, then who gives a damn, right?
No, I mean, I know I really don't care. Like I don't it may sound like I have a problem with them. Generally, there's really one specific problem I have, and that's just trying to change science. That's my biggest problem with their whole narrative. But other than that, I mean, if you've gotten gotten work done, and I can't see that you're a guy, I think you're a woman, I'm gonna call you ma'am or she or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
But if you got like a
Right?
big beard and like
Yeah,
big
I mean,
muscles,
yeah, I mean, if you walking around as tough as me and wearing a dress, I'm still gonna be like, yeah, bro, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how it is. It's not like I really have the thought of
and you can't
I
really
I, I
blame
want to.
people for that. So then you walk up to them and ask them what's their pronouns.
Yeah, I'm saying like my mind is not set to where I want to be like, okay, I want to piss this person off, or like I just hate you because you don't know, what you want to be, or some crazy shit. No, how I see you, if I see you, if you're very feminine, I'm probably gonna refer to you as a she. And if you're masculine, I'm going as far as he or sir or whatever. So it's not like that's instinctual. Like that's something that I've done all my life. Whatever I think you are, I see you are, as that's how I'm going to refer to you. So I mean,
Yeah,
What up,
bro,
dude?
that shit crazy, bro.
What up,
Because I,
man? What up, sir? They're like,
I,
don't address me as sir. I'm a ma'am. Okay,
bro,
sir.
I was
all
on a,
right,
I was on the phone with Verizon, and the whole time, bro, I'm just saying, I didn't really catch. I'm bad at that. I didn't really catch the name in the beginning, and I was talking to this person and trying to sort out my bill and stuff like that, and And so at the end, it was like, yeah, if you need anything, just give us a call back. And excuse me, man, what is your name? And he was like, Sebastian. I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I've been calling you ma'am the whole time. And he was like, oh,
Sebastian, nigga.
he was like, oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'm like, oh, okay, say less. I was like, okay, yeah. So you were cool with it, but like, I felt like crap, bro, because I just called this man ma'am the whole conversation, but he was actually cool because that's what he identified as. But I'm like, okay, well, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, but that's the thing. Like, maybe there are some people out there that's trying to, you know, hurt these people feelings with it. Like, I don't have enough time to be, trying to worry about that. Trying to, hurt somebody in any kind of way. But if you look like a dude that's just wearing women's clothing, like I could insult you by calling you man. It's like, well, I am clearly a dude. Just because I got on women's clothing, you want to call me a woman? Like, I mean, it can go either way. So I mean,
Right.
how I,
Let,
you know what I'm saying? It's insanity.
let me
You
read
know
the
what I'm saying?
comments. Let me read Doc's comments because I'm behind. He says, hair color, tattoos, piercings, body modifications, all looked on at times and by groups as horrors, but all coming into acceptance as well. I think that's an important comment because of the tattoos and piercings not that long ago was really not acceptable. Let me
It
read
was
some more.
scary. I remember going through the stage like that was kind of like a scary thing for real. Like, I
hmm
mean, but
Let me read some more.
it's
He says, like I say, meet me far enough to allow me to suspend my disbelief. That's fair. That's kind of what we're saying. He says,
yeah.
here's the way I see it. If you really do feel like a woman, you will 100% of the time outside of your house attempt to appear as a woman and never walk around like, uh, anyways.
I mean,
He
When
says,
John Travolta was walking around Hollywood in drag, I mean, you think he wants to, be considered that all the time? I mean, like, how am I, am I supposed to, like, if I meet John Travolta, I know it's clearly him, but he's in a dress. I mean, maybe he'll accept the ma'am thing in the moment, but like some of these people, they're not doing this all the time. This is just, you
John,
know,
John Travolta is not a good example, bro, because he's gay. Let me read some more. It says, if you have a beard and a dress, you are not trans or
Hold up.
non-binary. You are a dude in a dress.
I thought John Travolta was married to a woman, bro. You talking about the same guy that flies his own airplanes and shit that played in Greece and all that?
yeah.
Bruh, I hate to break your hearts. Let me read some more. It says a
No, I know.
non-binary will show characteristics of both, but not strong appearance of either. Thus, my beer rule. Wait, a non-binary will show characteristics of both, but no strong appearance of either. Thus, my beer rule. Damn. So
So
that's wait. My brain, bro. I'm tired.
say, bro.
Doc, why you do it to me that, Doc?
Yeah, Doc, you gotta
Okay.
stop that, bro.
So hold on. Let's talk about this
He
for a second. So
he's
all
trying.
right. The
He
non-binary.
being messy.
So look, this is a good topic though. So then look, we were just saying that he appears as a he, so we treat him as a he. He appears as a she, and we treat him as a she. What about those ones that's like we don't know? They could go either way.
Whatever you feel, just go with it.
Bro, my mind is blank. I didn't know John Travolta was gay, bro.
Or don't talk to him.
What?
Just
See,
do the head nod and keep going. Just fuck. Look, I'm not getting into it.
I ain't got time today.
Yeah, I'm just like,
That's
bro.
kind of like a prejudice, though. That's kind of like a
But the whole thing is I can offend you, no matter whatever I'm seeing and what you're feeling don't match up. I can offend you.
That's the world we live in. Let me read some more comments under this thing because I'm about to wrap this. I keep saying that, but I'm about to fall asleep on y'all. It says, this was uploaded a day before my mom passed away. Now I finally get a chance to sit down and enjoy this. And you immediately mention her name, Marina. Thank you so much, Abigail, for unintentionally granting me a lot of wholesome respite from such an awful situation. I wonder how that's related. It's to read between the lines. Let me read some more. It says, the uneasiness and exacting nature of the Kelly interview is extremely well done. I think so too. The script brings up all of the points that are cause for alarm in exactly the way that would be in an interview with someone who is just a step worse at spin than most company spokespeople. Yep. So we as viewers can take the last half step in logic to be like, well, okay, what she's saying is coached in smiles, but the content is extremely dystopian and terrifying. Facial recognition software may be cool and interesting, but the way that it's being used and the way that it's being created, i.e., it's just impoverished persons, people being taken advantage of, has shown that capital has decided this tech shall be used to perpetuate the status quo, and in fact, root is deeper as it stands. Additionally, I feel like having the interviewers gloss over the potentially exposing parts, cops, border patrol, and just going for soft gimmies is a nice indictment of current journalistic practices. Thanks for the great video.
Look, I'm gonna tell you. I think that because I just had a thought of how it could be cool of what if the transhumanism was like a temporary thing, or where I could, let's just say, alternative alternative situations, whether in a movie, and I could interject myself into a movie or a video game and be able to watch it myself based on what I would do in those situations in a movie, video game, or whatever. That might be cool. But if they're taking my consciousness, and I can only use it in one place now, like it's not like just me interjecting a certain thought process, but actually taking all of my thoughts from me. Like I don't like I love life. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Look, man, this comment right here, and you're talking about that, and the idea of like taking a pharmaceutical. What about that? And numbing you down and plugging you into the matrix that way, dulling your senses and keeping you from being able to, experience the world in its reality in that way with drugs.
yeah,
Wow, I
that's
never thought about that. That just blew my mind. But let me read this comment. This guy says, as someone with ADD who takes medication, I resonate with this a lot. A lot of times my mental state gets in the way of me being happy and motivated to do things necessary for living a productive life. However, I think the setting in which one has such a condition changes their outlook on it. For example, if I had zero responsibilities and my physical health took care of itself, I'd be much more content with my regular self. The meds make me seem muted, which could also be interpreted as calm. Although I like the benefits it provides me in a professional and social situation in which I need to restrain my constant flow of ideas in order to not appear weird, it immediately feels like I'm silencing a part of myself. It doesn't necessarily feel bad, and I'm not going to stop taking meds, but it's obviously different. ADD doesn't define me, but it's certainly a part of me. Do y'all hear that?
I did. I mean, the chemical imbalance, like I could see that could really really determine on somebody's decision on whether they would go that route or not. And you know, two people with the same situation could choose very opposite of each other. But bro, like I mean, uh, those are things I've already somewhat considered. That I mean, this could be something that people would really gravitate to, because I mean, even like people that's impoverished, that doesn't have be able to really experience the world the way that they want to in the material world, because it takes a certain, but at the same time, but no, I mean,
I'm
if
sorry. I'm
it's
laughing at this comment. Go ahead.
okay, if people still have to deal with that same kind of dynamic in the virtual world, having to have money and this, that, and the other to operate, bro, it could be just as disappointing as the real world. So, and a lot of this crypto, these tokens, and this, that, and the other that you're already seeing in action in video games for the longest, it's showing that you're gonna need some form of of currency to be able to exist in a virtual world, or you're gonna be a virtual slave.
Right.
You know,
So that's gonna be another way that they draw you in. Anyways, let me read Doc's comment. He says the ones that wear the T-shirt that says "guess." That's what was making me laugh. Because we was talking
what?
about the non-binary. We was talking about the non-binary.
The one that says guest.
It says, wait, look. See, before the comment before it says a non-binary will show characteristics of both, but not strong appearance of either. And he said, that's my beard rule. And then he says, but the beard is not a good enough rule to work because I've seen many chicks with beards, and they chicks. Doc says, the one that wears the T-shirt that says guess. You know, you have the name brand Guess, and then you have okay. So,
because I thought you said guest, like you know what I'm saying, like with the T on the end, guest. But okay, I get it now. Like okay, that's a fashion and symbolic gesture.
right, especially if they're non-binary.
I
So,
don't want that shit make you not want to wear no clothing brand that says "guess" on it.
But that's the good thing. It's not a popular brand like that anymore. But yeah, bro. I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, it's to me, it seems like a political way to, you know, confuse things, to have people at odds with each other. Because I mean, we've seen people like this all our lives. What?
right.
Why is this? Why is it
All
such
of
a
a
big?
sudden became
Yeah,
political. Let me read Doc's comment. It says, I believe offense is taken, not given, especially if there was never any intended in the first place.
Exactly. Like I mean, you know, I mean, like very rarely do you find somebody who's just out just trying to, you know, like trying to piss people off. Like, does it happen? Yeah, but I mean, is it like the
I ain't gonna
norm?
lie. The dominant, like it's like the dominant narrative. It's the neoliberal. It's like the Democrats. It's like they're so outraged. They always want to cancel somebody. They're always like, you know, angry about something. Like no matter what you do, or you didn't do it right. You know, you didn't vote for Biden. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? You didn't wear your mask. You didn't get vaxxed.
well,
What?
but that's what pisses me off about the whole thing, because the people who supposedly are the one are the party of the people, you know, like that's what's been sold to us. Because I mean, honestly, the party of the people is the Republicans or the right, you know, based on the ideology. Both of them kind of end up on opposite sides, or you know, away from the original ideals, just based on, I think, capitalistic,
Yeah,
you know,
the
them trying to,
corporations.
yeah,
Yeah,
them trying to steer you in a certain direction.
for
So I
their
mean,
benefit.
we have to be careful that we don't lean too far either way, because we can get manipulated by either side because you feel like one is better than the other. So that's where, you know, like I said, I mean, genuinely, I am a conservative type of person. I just am. And, you know, you know, Chris Rock said it best years ago. Is like, no one good, no good person is one thing.
Right. And let me jump on that because that's the name of the show today. It's called the Perspective Impact Show, because I feel like that's what we do here. And the caption is nobody is liberal or Democrat. Nobody is, you know, conservative or liberal. Nobody is, you know, right or left. We're all human, and humans are complex and, you know, intricate and nuanced, and you can't put us in boxes like that. It's not even fair to us to simplify us into some kind of, like, you know what I'm saying, box like that. Nobody
Yeah,
fits in those boxes.
yeah.
So they're artificial. Let me read Doc's comment, and then I'm gonna read that one last comment from the video, and then we're gonna wrap it. Doc says, I smoke because the meds stop me from powerful creative thought and dulls my emotions. Smoking allows me to a quality of life that I cannot get medicated. And that's fucking serious, bro. And a lot of people, let me read this comment right here. It says, as an autistic person, facial reading software becomes a widespread corporate or government tool is a terrifying prospect to me. I do not externalize emotions via facial expressions very much. I'd say that about 80% of the time, my face does not accurately reflect my emotions and feelings to non-autistic people. It's hard enough dealing with that on a private level, but to imagine this being made forced routine, nope, take me away, aliens.
Well,
So
look,
imagine,
look.
yeah,
I,
imagine how he feels.
I have to add because like I have a brother that's on the spectrum and he might his face might look one way, but he's happy. Like he could look upset. And if we're talking about AI robots that's supposed to govern us or police us at some point, like if they're going by facial expressions or any of these other things, they will have it wrong most of the time. So yes, it's a fearful thing and that's why I'm like, look, we need to get more to we need to stay as natural as possible.
Oh, we lost him. You fell out. Shit, man. Anybody got comments? Deuce, you got comments? Because I'm about to wrap it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying, bro. Like, I mean, I'm with Pat on that, bro. I feel like being more natural and staying more in tune with the universe, is probably the best way. But at the same time, I understand the benefit of this whole technology deal around the transhumanism, and how it could, help people that are socially awkward. You know what I'm saying? That they don't know how to truly exist in this reality or this world, or around others, but yeah, let's just hope that it could be something that way, something like that. I think that, maybe that could be a help, but who am I, man? I don't know. That's just my personal opinion, as it comes to that. If they offer it and somebody want to do it, then hey, man, more power to you. Try it out. I always tell people, that's my main thing. I always tell people, do what you feel is best for you. You know.
So, but that goes back to my argument earlier about the freedoms of individualism, because we're talking about, like, a lot of people feel like it's wrong, right? And then they're gonna do things to stop these people from being able to do that. And is that infringing on their because they're gonna make legislations or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Is that infringing on their freedom?
I mean, I feel like no matter what you do in life, no matter what you do in this world, you're gonna always have pushback because everybody's gonna have their own opinion. Some people just feel like that their opinion is more valid and
So,
and
but what if
factually correct.
What if the other opinion is backed up by the law and enforced by the law, and it's the opposite opinion of yours?
Well, I mean, are you saying if the law is back to say that they can't indulge in this human transition, or they
Well,
can?
no,
Is it?
I think people let me because my phone might go out again, and if it does, I'm done. But
All right.
however, the transhumanism, like people have the right to do whatever they want, but the biggest thing that people need to remember is that when someone else's or somebody else is crossing over into your own your rights, like you still have the right to protect yourself, or you know like there's never any point where I can't protect myself because you made a decision that endangered yourself or me.
But I don't understand how them doing transhumanism would endanger you in any way.
Well, because you haven't opened your mind wide enough to see all of the possibilities, obviously. Because like I gave an example earlier about how if this person's consciousness is, in some game, in a mission that they're doing some things and they're still running around the world. Like you see some of these people endangering themselves with the VR, these the Oculus, and they think they're, just whatever, and they're running into walls and doing this, that, and the other, and injuring themselves. Somebody does that out in the real world where they're, not locked down or locked, away from people while this stuff is going on. And you come into my realm and you talking about you're saving me from a fire and you pushing me and don't, you think you're saving me, but you're harming me. I'm gonna kick your ass.
Yeah, like I mean that shit is crazy, bro. Because I seen this dude. He had that those VR glasses on, and he's swinging and doing all this, totally being irresponsible, and hit his little 1.5-year-old son, bro. Knocked his little son out. And it's like, come on, man, that shit is like irresponsible as fuck. You got this shit on, knowing your kids running around the house, and the little boy is steady saying, "Daddy, daddy, daddy," and you so locked into what you doing on this, you knock this child out. Like,
Exactly.
nah, bro. Like that kind of shit right there, bro. Hey, man. To me, women and children are off limits, bro. That type of shit right there make me want to kill your ass.
And it's already proven that these things, the Oculus, like the whole VR thing, it messes with your neurological system. So I mean, the more you use it, the more that control you'll lose in your own mind. So that's where the fears are, because like these things are being tested, but because of capitalism, because of people's bottom line and the investments they made in it, they're not going to use it, but they'll sell it to the public and let them spend their money on something that is most likely going to damage them over the long haul. And
Okay,
not
let me
and,
let me
and
ask
not
you this here.
not to say with this thing implanted in your skull.
Let me ask you this here, Chaka. How
Mm.
would you how would you feel if somebody is partaking in transhumanism? They have never driven a vehicle before, but because they're in this virtual world,
GTA.
they go hop in a car and drive somebody's car down the road, and your daughter or your child or whoever, your family member is out there on the road, and you got these motherfuckers that's never driven. They a 20-some-year-old adult that's never driven before, don't even have a license, and it's a lot of factors to this shit, bro.
All that shit is happening already. Shit, niggas is doing. I done seen so many clips already where niggas they've been playing
Man,
GTA
don't
way
say,
too
bro.
much.
Don't promote it like that, bro. Like, I mean, your opinion does matter, bro. But at the same time, like, I think you're being somewhat careless about how to just be like, fuck it, who cares?
No, I'm just making the opposite argument because honestly, y'all know where I stand on this. We talk about this all the time, but I'm. The point of it is to be sympathetic, right? To try to find,
We can't be sympathetic to everything. Like that's the problem with today. We become little bitches and trying to I'm sorry. Like I look, let me calm it down a little bit. We've gotten to the point to where we have to accept everything.
Yeah, you
And
can't be accepting of everything. That's why I say we're gonna always have
there
pushback, bro. Because if you
there's
agree with everything, if you don't stand for nothing, you'll fall for everything. And
yeah,
I'll be damned if I do, bro. Like I'm
there's
not
laws
finna
of
be
the
sympathetic.
universe. There's
Yeah.
laws of the universe, like even through religion, they've given like certain laws because they know that people have to be stopped at some point. And if we're gonna be the ones to just let people bulldoze over us with things we know to that potentially is a problem, because I mean the whole thing is just because you can, should you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me personally, I feel like this. If they're gonna do something like that, the same way that they're trying to crack down on firearms and weaponry, I think that there should be an even more extensive mental health check into these people. These people should, like literally come under the microscope like severely under the microscope. You know what I'm saying?
Take
Like
these
because
people, take them to
this shit,
Mars.
yeah.
Like that's how I'm like, okay, you want to do this experiment? Look, take them off the planet, take them to Mars, let them, y'all do as much as y'all want to
Now you sound
away
like
from me.
Hitler.
Okay, I don't give a shit.
That's me. Got sensitive to their feelings. Let me read Doc's comment. He says the public is now the mass test subjects. Cough, pokes, cough.
You know what I'm saying? And then it's not just the people who that's being analyzed. I mean, we're all being analyzed, but at the same time, like the people who's actually going to get the chip or doing all these different things aren't the only ones that's like, okay, how much are the rest of the human family, the people who are just humans and not just like the transhumans are doing this, all right, how are the humans gonna adapt or act toward this? Like this is something that, bro, we getting used and we don't even see it, bro. Like
Doc says VR gear, we are mass testing it and paying for the research.
exactly. Because most of our tax dollars going to it. Most of our tax dollars go to the corporations in the first place.
And then we go buy the damn headsets
And
for
then
them to.
we're gonna pay. Yeah, we
And
don't
then,
even get to try the shit out for free.
and then we're just debugging it for them. It's kind of like how they be doing the video game sometimes, and they drop them, and then everybody starts complaining, and then they make the changes and drop it again.
So see, that's my whole thing is you using my tax dollars as investment dollars in these companies, and I still gotta pay you to get the shit that I invested in 10 years ago, 20 years
Well,
ago.
now you sound like a communist. You sound like Marx. Now you
I
sound
don't
like
give.
Marx.
Look, I don't know what I sound like. I'm just saying, like, regardless, whatever it sound like, I'm just telling you, it's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it with this comment right here. Doc says, in the 80s, we were afraid the government was listening to us over the TV. Now we pay for it as a feature. Things that make you go, All right, y'all. Peace and love. I'll be back on Wednesday. I think we'll have Amina. I think she said she'll really like to hear some female perspectives on some of the topics. I have no idea what I'm going to cover next week, so I'm not going to even say it right now because I haven't got that far in thinking. But I'll send y'all a message through the group chat once I think of it.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, man. Shit. So damn, I made it the whole time. You about to wrap it up, huh, Deuce? Not
Shit,
long.
I'm pulling off at the truck stop now.
Damn, so that was perfect timing for you.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah, by the way, y'all need to donate to the show. Let me put my shit up here.
I'm donate.
Let me put my shit up here. Donate to the show enjoy the show and want to support, you can at Cash App, $King Chaka ENT. It's $KINGCHAKAENT. So yeah. Man, I put a lot of work and effort and time in this shit, bro. I ain't got no sleep. I only got 3 hours of sleep last night. And so, but I come on because I have my schedule and I'm doing this like a job for y'all. I put a lot of money in this. Y'all have a couple dollars. Chuck it. Peace and love. Y'all have a good night. Thank y'all for joining. See y'all next week.
All right, peace and love, bro. Later.
All right. Peace.
Peace.